Good morning to everybody. My name is Ka Wala. I am from Cameroon, but I was born in Ibadan. And it is my absolute pleasure to be here at the Africa Conference once again for the third time in the row. And we are going to get started straight away. And to get us kicked off, I am going to invite the Fix Politics leadership, my dear, dear friend, sister, and partner in fixing politics and representing Africa, Dr. Obi Esikoseli, that you know very well. Please give her a huge hand. The chair of Fix Politics and the CEO of SPPG. Can I ask you to please come on stage? You're clapping, I don't know. Yeah, let's give it a little bit more energy.
Welcome to Africa Conference 2025. It's that time of the year when our movement, Fix Politics, celebrates the students who have graduated after rigorous time in the SPPG, the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, to the activities that announce their graduation ceremony. And so the Africa Conference normally takes a topical issue concerning our continent's democracy, and we have guests who are brothers and sisters from other countries in Africa join us to do a deep dive into the state of democracy on our continent. And usually, the Africa Conference does deliver really good follow-on activities that we rigorously embark on all through the year. And so this year, we know that democracy is in a struggle of legitimacy across the world. But as I said to someone in New York just some days ago, when he was saying that it's not just Africa. My country, the United States, is also in a struggle for its democracy. I just looked at the person and I said, the United States can afford to be in a struggle, but not Africa, because we haven't even started in terms of getting to development. And so to be in crisis is a double whammy, and we're decided as a movement not to allow that to prevail. And so it is my delight to really welcome you all and to look forward to an incredible conversation on this year's theme of democracy in crisis and finding our own African pathway to being those that will be known as claimants of the 21st century world. I thank you very much, and I now invite the chair of Fix Politics, who succeeded me when I stepped down from being chair, our dear Frank Nweke, the second. Did I say the third? Oh my God. The second, to welcome you also.
Okay. So thank you, founder. Let me just join my big sister, my colleague, and our founder, Dr. Obi Esikoseli, in welcome each and every one of you to the 2025 Africa Conference. I'm happy you clapped because the penance for not clapping was going to be, I was going to sing you a song, and you wouldn't have enjoyed it. So welcome. I'll keep it short because shortly I'm going to provide a keynote at this opening. So I'll just keep it short and hand over to our colleague, CEO for Africa.
Thank you very much. Wow. I am super excited. I love the Africa Conference. And I know that Africa Conference 2025 is going to be phenomenal. So I welcome you to one of the most important, significant events on the continent of Africa. Thank you for coming. Make it count. Express your thoughts. Express your ideas. Make your voice heard. And I welcome the nations that are here. Gambia, you're welcome. Senegal, you're welcome. Ghana, you're welcome. Burkina Faso, you're welcome. Tunisia, online, you're welcome. Egypt, online, you are welcome. Ghana, that will join us later, you are welcome. Kenya, that will join us later, you are welcome. So thank you very much for honoring. Double welcome to. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
And it is that moment, thank you, Sister Lero. It is the moment when we then ask our kith and kin from the countries that have been called out to join us here on the stage. So let's get Gambia going. Let's get Senegal going. Let's get Ghana going. Let's get Togo. Let's get Burkina. Let's get Cameroon going. And then we want to acknowledge our brothers and sisters from Kenya, Tunisia, and Egypt, some of whom would be online, and the Kenyans are coming later on in the day. And as you know, the Africa Conference is growing from strength to strength until...
Can we just move further down?
Yes. Thank you very much. Ka, come this way. You're so... Yes. Yes, let's get Mary Persia. Yes, very good. So we've got ourselves properly lined up, and this conference is growing from strength to strength. Ka, do you remember how many countries we were the first time? I think we were about 3 countries. Yes. And here we are, growing. Yes, yes. Our founding fathers across nations of Africa called it Pan-Africanism, right? We are now practicing it because the citizens have taken hold of that vision and are determined that Africa will not continue to be the mockery of the world. And that is why we're here today with you. And we look forward to an incredible Africa conference this year. So what we normally do is that we move the mic and we get people to say something about the Africa conference where they will be featuring in one section, in one segment or the other. So shall we start by giving the mic over to you, Ka?
Sorry, Dr. Obi, very quickly. Can I ask everybody to please kindly come to the podium so that our media partners can hear what you're saying as well? If you could speak from the podium. Thank you.
That is exactly what I was going to announce. So please come to the podium. Give us just one sentence. Why you're here, what you're excited about, maybe a question you want us to answer during this conference. Just one sentence. Donc, juste une phrase pour vous présenter. Venez au niveau du podium, s'il vous plaît. Et comme ça, tout le monde va savoir. Vous vous présentez. Et puis, une phrase. Pourquoi vous êtes là? Qu'est-ce qui vous préoccupe? Qu'est-ce qui vous enchante? Et puis, on aura toutes les présentations. I am going to start with Doc. Doctor, we have been having fantastic conversations since yesterday. So I'm going to ask you to be the first person to introduce yourself, if you don't mind. Is there a mic there? Okay.
What am I supposed to say? Okay. So,
1 minute.
So I'm from Ghana. In 1957, our first president said, the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of Africa. If democracy is in crisis in Ghana, it means it's linked with democratic crisis in the whole of Africa. Mm-hmm. If Ghana makes it, reset, as our president says, then democracy in Africa is reset. That is why I am here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Yes, you can hand over. Yes, just to the next person, Moma.
Je le fais en français. Bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour.
Je m'appelle Momar Ndiaye. Je suis du Sénégal, membre du mouvement Y'en a marre, directeur d'école élémentaire publique. Je suis aujourd'hui ici à Abuja, dans le cadre d'Africa Conference, pour moi qui est un moment très très fort pour une intégration africaine et pour unité africaine, pour penser ensemble le développement africain. Donc je pense que c'est une très très bonne opportunité et une belle initiative. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Mama. I hope Mama gave everybody the opportunity. There are translation sets around your chair. Please get a set. If we don't have them, please make sure participants have translation sets, because this is a bilingual conference. We have a number of speakers who will speak in French. So please get your translation equipment. Okay, Ibrahim.
My name is Ibrahim Adjang. I am a member of Fixed Politics Senegal. I am a SPPG Senegal first cohort graduate, and I'm also a member of the Human Rights Council in Senegal. Thank you. So I won't be very original, just like the doctor said. We all know that Europe cannot go up without Germany, and I think it's the same, that Africa cannot go without Nigeria doing great. So being here in Abuja makes us doing a part of history. So thank you.
Good morning, bonjour. My name is Kwesi Jonah from the Institute for Democratic Governance based in Accra, Ghana. And my institute is at the front line of the fixed politics movement in our country. I am here today, and I'm really, really excited to be here because we are talking about democracy in crisis, Africa in crisis. My hope and expectation is that at this conference, we shall move from crisis to progress. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm called Bergeline Domu. I'm from Cameroon, not far from Nigeria. I'm a member of Stand Up for Cameroon, which is a movement bringing politicians, activists, political parties, society members to stand to bring back Cameroon to Cameroonian. And we are struggling to put Cameroonian on the street to chase the regime in place. We have the most oldest president in the world. And inside this movement, we are struggling, we are focused on letting the world know that women are building revolution. Women are strongly involved in revolution, and in the context of dictature, women are the ones standing in front. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm from Senegal, and my name is Diena Bassar, and I'm really happy to be here. It's my first time here in Abuja, in Nigeria, and I'm so excited. Yeah. And I believe this is the beautiful country, the most beautiful country in Africa. Abuja is the beautiful city in Africa. And I hope people back home are not listening, because I might be in trouble when I get back to Senegal. Okay, so it's my first time at the Africa Conference. I am a member of the ruling party in Senegal, PASTEF, of Ousmane Sonko. And I am currently special advisor to the head of the National Assembly in Senegal, Honorable Malick Ndiaye. And I have no doubt that this conference is going to be a big success. And I'm really looking forward to giving more thoughts this afternoon and really have more insights of the Africa Conference 2025. And thank you all for your attention. Sorry. Yes. That's really important to say. So just to add that I am a proud SPPG graduate.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Honorable Fatima Sanjay. I'm from the smallest country in West Africa, the Gambia. And I'm proud to be here today to talk about fixed politics, which I think we can do. I'm a member of parliament and I'm not from any political party, so it is true that we can fix it, whether we are in government or whether we are in opposition. We need to take the bold decision. And I shall be talking about safeguarding elections integrity. And I think that is one of the reasons that I'm a member of parliament, to safeguard the integrity of our nation. Thank you.
Can I properly introduce her to this audience? Yes. How many of you saw, come, Honorable. How many of you saw a video of a parliament in an African country where the woman was basically saying to the parliamentarians, this poor governance, this lack of accountability that is going on here is not how to make the country to go forward. How many of you saw that? It was a viral video. I introduced you to her. Come, clap now. Did you go to parliament to challenge any bad thing? She went. She stood. That's the woman. Isn't it amazing? We're so happy to have you at the conference this year. Very proud of her. All right, over to you now.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I just ask the CEO and the chair if you could please come over here? Thank you. If everyone else can please just shuffle down, please. Thank you, sir. And please.
Hello, my name is Suleiman Ouedraogo. I'm from Burkina Faso, a French-speaking country, so my English is broken. Can I speak in French? Yes. OK. Voilà, donc je suis ici parce que ce genre de conférence ne peut pas se tenir dans mon pays. Comme vous le savez, nous sommes sous coup d'État depuis 3 ans. Et donc, ce genre de conférence, parler de démocratie, parler de droits humains, parler d'ouverture de l'espace civique, ça ne peut pas se réaliser dans mon pays. Et pas que dans mon pays. Dans le pays voisin qu'est le Niger, dans le pays voisin qu'est le Mali, pareil, en Guinée, où c'est les militaires qui sont au pouvoir. C'est malheureux parce qu'au Burkina Faso, 10 ans en arrière, nous avons fait une insurrection populaire pour faire partir un président qui a fait 27 ans au pouvoir. Et c'est dommage que nous soyons retombés 10 ans après dans une dictature militaire. C'est vrai, je sais que beaucoup d'entre vous ici apprécient Ibrahim Traoré. Qui aime Ibrahim Traoré ici? Voilà. Il y a beaucoup qui l'apprécient, mais j'ai le regret de vous dire que ça ne sera pas agréable pour vous de vivre au Burkina actuellement. Merci beaucoup.
I think people have their headsets. Yeah, people have their headsets. Yeah.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Please permit me to speak in French because I'm not well in English, sorry. So, I'm Elvadas Kenyé et je viens du Cameroun. C'est un réel plaisir pour moi d'être au Nigeria pour parler de développement et de démocratie. Parler de développement et de démocratie au Nigeria parce que c'est un pays qui connaît une certaine avancée dans la démocratie et le développement. Je viens du Cameroun, vous pouvez comprendre pourquoi. Et c'était un réel plaisir pour moi parce que je pense que, et je sais que, étant ensemble, avec les autres leaders que vous êtes, nous pourrons ensemble travailler pour une réelle démocratie et un développement de l'Afrique tout entière. Parce que si le Nigeria connaît le développement et qu'au Cameroun à côté, ça ne va pas, le Nigeria sera affecté. Donc il est important que nous puissions penser le développement pour toute l'Afrique et que nous puissions nous mettre ensemble pour travailler, pour contribuer au développement de l'Afrique. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Allow me to speak in French so my words will not be misunderstood.
Hadija, juste un instant. I'm seeing a lot of people without headsets. and so either Nigerians have gotten really bilingual since the last time I was here, or do we not have enough headsets? What is going on? It's going round. Okay, so Ayo was right. I will do a little bit of summary while people are getting their headsets. So our last two speakers, we had Suleiman Ouedraogo from Burkina Faso, and he said he is here because this kind of conference cannot be held in Burkina Faso today. And he said he's sorry he's going to disappoint many of you because he knows that Ibrahim Traoré has a lot of fans across Africa, but that for you who are his fans, you would not like to live in the Burkina Faso of today. They are disappointed, eh? But he will tell you more. He will tell you more. And I think the lesson of that story is don't believe everything you read on social media. So he's here for us to discuss this together. And then we had Elvadas Kenye from Cameroon, who says he's here to talk about development and democracy. And he would like to work with others here, learn from the Nigerian experience, because he thinks Nigeria has a few steps ahead of Cameroon. And he would like to concert with others so that we can confront the challenges that we are facing in Cameroon. Thank you, Hadija. Over to you now.
Ok, donc je suis Adidjet Kangouline. Je suis chargée de communication à Wati, qui est un think tank citoyen de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et je suis togolaise d'origine, mais j'habite, réside et je me sens sénégalaise de cœur au jour d'aujourd'hui et africaine dans un sens plus large. Alors, je n'aimerais pas être longue, j'aimerais remercier tous les partenaires d'avoir associé Wati à cet événement parce que la démocratie, la crise de la démocratie dont on parle, c'est un sujet qui est très important pour Wati parce qu'elle touche différents secteurs, l'éducation, la santé et aussi les systèmes électoraux, les institutions dans un sens plus large dans nos sociétés. Pour continuer et vraiment pour rester le plus substantiel, la plus courte possible, j'aimerais juste dire que la démocratie n'est pas un processus linéaire. C'est quelque chose, c'est un système qui connaît des avancées et des reculs, mais elle continue de vivre. Pourquoi elle continue de vivre? Parce que des citoyens, comme nous, ici aujourd'hui, ce que nous allons faire avec l'African Conference, continuent de la discuter, continuent de la réinventer. Et aujourd'hui, je suis très ravie et très honorée de représenter le Dr Gilles Yabi, notre directeur exécutif ici, pour discuter notamment de la crise de la légitimité, de la démocratie en Afrique. Donc, merci beaucoup et j'ai hâte d'échanger avec vous sur ce panel tout à l'heure. Merci.
So, Hadidjet is Togolese, but she lives and works in Senegal, and so she said she is fully Pan-African. She's delighted to be here, and the key thing she said was that democracy is not linear. Democracy, we have to build it every day. So she's excited to be here because as African citizens, we are going to spend the next 2 days thinking, building, creating our own democracy, which affects every other aspect of our lives, health, education, and so on.
Good morning. I'm Grace Bediako from Ghana, co-convener of the Fixed Politics Ghana. As we know and we keep hearing, the democracy in our countries, though varied, have a common denominator. So being here, it's an opportunity to learn from each other, learn how we can address our issues and move together so that we don't leave ourselves behind, that we progress together to get to where we all wish to be. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Tito Adeoju. I am the Fixed Politics co-chair at WSG1. In case you're wondering what that is, it's Work Study Group 1, and we are responsible for the empowered and engaged, enlightened electorates. In case you want to ever forget, it's EEE. And so what do? We are driving the office of the citizen, making the right demands across Africa. So thank you and welcome to this wonderful conference.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bumi Lawson. I'm the co-chair for WSG3, where we look at the laws and legal frameworks that guide political competition to ensure that we have the appropriate laws to ensure transparency, credible elections, and part of Fixed Politics Nigeria. It's really an honor to see everyone here, especially meet my colleagues from across different countries also doing the same thing. I'm hoping that you would enjoy this conference. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm taking permission to come back as the final speaker. This wonderful woman, because she's so humble, never actually declares what she has done for the country of Ghana. She's the government statistician, former government statistician for the nation of Ghana, responsible for data, responsible for statistics, and because, as you know, SPPG is a data-driven organization. What's our mantra? So she has been playing a very significant role, and whenever she speaks in Ghana, people listen. But here, she decided to be humble.
Thank you. Okay, it's good to be here, and I also just immediate past chairman of the governing board of the Statistical Service. So I speak data, and I am hoping that as we go along, statistics, monitoring, and evaluation will be a pillar in our work. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning. Vous avez remarqué certainement que j'étais assise, hein? Pas par paresse, mais c'est parce que je suis souffrante. Vous savez, j'apprécie énormément le peuple nigérian, parce que vous êtes un peuple dynamique, un peuple qui prend des initiatives. Vous pouvez être la locomotive de l'Afrique, croyez-moi. Je crois énormément aux États-Unis d'Afrique. Pour cela, il nous faut beaucoup de solidarité. Je devais peut-être commencer par me présenter. Marie-Pierre Rokhaya Sarr. Voilà, j'ai enseigné à l'université Cheikh Anta Diop de Dakar. J'ai enseigné le droit et la fiscalité. Je suis la vice-présidente de SPPJ Sénégal et de Fixed Politics Sénégal. Je ne vais pas être longue parce que je ne me sens pas bien aujourd'hui. Merci.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarr. Professor Sarr is the Vice President of Fixed Politics Senegal, and she said some very kind words to Nigeria. I hope you got that she said she believes in an African continent, and she believes that Nigeria is the engine, the locomotive of that continent. So she's very happy to be here with this. So can I just ask all of us to come once more here and get a final hand, please?
So
please.
Once a year, the annual official portrait of the representative group of the Africa Conference. If we can just ask everyone to please come towards the center. And the photographers are ready. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Obi, if everybody can shift this way a little bit. Shagun, do you want to help with this? Okay, just a little bit that way. A few people towards the back. Ibrahima, if you can come. Yeah. Madam Ka will be the last one here. if I can ask you, sir, to be the last. Everybody else, if you can come. Yeah, there's a good space behind. Yes. Everybody okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, the audience, for your patience as well. Over to you, Madam Carr, as everybody comes back to their seats. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask this audience to stand up, please. Stand up a little bit. Stand up. And we're going to do a special clap for those who are familiar with Africa Conference. They've already been asking me when are we going to do Abata? It's Abata and not Abacha. It's Abata. Okay? So when I say to you Abata, clap once. Abata. 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 Okay. When I say to you Abako, clap 4 times on rhythm. Abata. 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 Abako. 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 Abata. 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 Okay. We needed a little bit of African rhythm in the whole thing. Yeah. Please take your seats. And what an amazing group. I am one of those believers in African democracy, in fixing African politics. And people always ask me, where do you get that energy and you keep going and you keep believing? And I say, it's the people I hang out with. Because when you hang out with people like those who are just on stage, you realize that all over Africa, people are fighting, doing their very best for us to build a just, peaceful, democratic, and prosperous continent. And that gives wonderful energy. And speaking of energy, I need my glasses here. Speaking of energy, we are now going to invite our keynote speaker. I have had the pleasure of meeting him several times, and I'm always thinking, this kind of quiet, reserved gentleman, what is really going on, behind the head, and behind the glasses, sorry. And it's what I do know is that he is not in fixed politics by chance. And this is always, when you hang out, I tell you, choose your friends, choose who you hang out with. When I hang out with Dr. Obi, I know that I'm going to be meeting the right people at the right place at the right time. She has an amazing quality, by the way, of finding, recognizing talent and bringing it together to achieve things. Dr. Frank Weke Jr. was the 2023 gubernatorial candidate of the All Progressive Grand Alliance in Enugu State. So he knows what he's talking about. I am a politician myself. I'm always like, have you ever done it? Have you ever tried? So he has done it. He has tried. But he's also a former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He held 3 portfolios between 2003 and 2007. He has also served as Chief of Staff to the Enugu State government and later Director General of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Please give him a hand. He's a statesman, a public intellectual, reform leader, and he is the chair of Fixed Politics Nigeria.
I'm deeply honored to have the opportunity to deliver this keynote address today. And of course, let me just reinforce my earlier welcome to our compatriots from across the continent. I recognize our dear founder, my big sister, Obieze Kwesili, of course, our CEO, Alero Aida Otobo, and the very distinguished members of parliament, whether it's from Gambia, of course, from Senegal, and the eminent gentleman and lady from Ghana. My dear compatriots, I'm going to be talking to you or speaking to you about on the theme from crisis to credibility, reimagining African democracies that work for the people. And of course, as the conference was being put together, we were deeply conscious of the importance of speaking to contemporary issues, issues that reflect our daily realities across the continent. So, distinguished leaders from our continent and beyond, esteemed members of civil society, the media, development partners, patriots, and fellow concerned Africans, welcome to Abuja. And it is my honor as chair of Fixed Politics Initiative to welcome you to Abuja for this Africa conference. This year is particularly special because we mark 5 years of the Fixed Politics journey, and in just 2 days, we will celebrate the graduation of the 5th cohort of the unconventional leaders from the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance. So to all of you gathered here, leaders and learners, advocates and builders of democracy, thank you for joining us as we reflect, reimagine, and rededicate ourselves to the urgent task of building African democracies that truly work for the people. My address will aim for brevity, while offering what I consider to be salient points that I hope will serve as compasses to guide our shared journey towards better governance systems. Governance systems. When we discuss democracy, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation often begins elsewhere. The temptation is to see it as an imported system of governance, regarded as the best in the modern world. We think about Athens as the origin of the system, or London, the UK, United Kingdom, or Washington. We recite models we did not make, systems we did not create, systems we did not design, histories that are not our own. But if democracy is meant to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people, then surely we must ask, which people? Whose definition was this? And I believe that the first step to resolving our crisis of leadership and development in Africa is that whatever system we adopt must earn credibility. It must earn to ensure some form of authenticity in its envisioning and in its practice. So the United Kingdom and several European countries still maintain a monarchy, for instance, within their democratic framework. China, though not a liberal democracy, has built a system of governance that works for its own context, cultural, and development, reminding us that no nation simply or should simply import or embrace a model wholesale. Each of these nations I have mentioned have adapted governance systems unique to their own identity, their history, and their cultural idiosyncrasies. So long before the colonial masters foisted a control-induced version of democracy on us, Africa had democracies. Are you curious about this? Our societies had systems of governance that were participatory, that were accountable, and rooted in community or communal values. However, the injurious belief that only things invented by the West actually exist has eroded our collective ability to revisit our history and identity and our capacity to chart a sustainable path forward. So, the colonial enterprise did not merely redraw borders. It upended the very foundations of governance in African societies. In Igbo land, for example, Britain imposed a system of warrant chiefs, where prior there existed no centralized rulers. They had never existed prior to the arrival of the British. So longer standing assemblies of elders, age grades, and women's councils that once kept governance balanced were displaced, leading to alienation and unrest, significant unrest. Across West Africa, communal land tenure gave way to colonial ordinances and taxation. Leaders who had once derived their legitimacy from service to the people were reduced to tax collectors for the empire, the British Empire, redirecting accountability away from the community and toward distant capitals. Justice, too, was transformed. Restorative systems in which elders mediated disputes to preserve harmony were supplanted by punitive colonial courts that often criminalized indigenous practices. So consider the implications of this system for a moment. Leaders were accountable to their people, not just to themselves. And I'm talking about the indigenous systems. Leaders were accountable to their people, not to themselves or a privileged elite. This accountability was not just a moral imperative, but a practical necessity. The reason being that it ensured that power was exercised responsibly and that leaders remained connected to the needs and aspirations of their people. The second aspect of the systems we had is the fact that it embodied inclusion and participation. So amongst the Igbo, for instance, governance was famously decentralized. Villages were run not by kings, but assemblies of elders, age-grade associations, and women's councils. Every segment of society, therefore, had a voice. Every segment of society, therefore, had a voice. Power was dispersed. It was contested and negotiated. It was messy at times, but it was inclusive. And no single hand controlled the destiny of the whole. This participatory approach to governance had several benefits. It ensured that decision-making was collective and representative, rather than concentrated in the hands of a few. It fostered a sense of community and shared responsibility as people worked together to address common challenges. And it helped to prevent the abuse of power by providing checks and balances on leaders. The third quality of our indigenous governance system is the matter of community legitimacy. In the Ashanti Kingdom of present-day Ghana, chiefs were not imposed from above. At least this is what the history books say. They were chosen by consensus within royal lineages. Even the political influence of women was sharply curtailed. So, in the southwest Nigeria, for instance, figures such as the Yoruba, Yaolode, or the Ashanti or Hema, who had once wielded real authority in governance, found their roles diminished under colonial administrations who chose to recognize only male chiefs. So they began to distort our own systems because of their incursion into our own territory. So by the time independence came, what had been plural, participatory, and community-driven had been replaced by centralized, extractive, and alien systems. This is the crisis that we inherited, and tragically, one that has grown into the monster, which, in my own view, we just have to kill that monster. And so today, I will highlight 3 features of African democracy or systems of governance that stand out across different societies and that remain essential if we are to move from crisis to credibility. The first is accountability. In Oyo Empire in southwest Nigeria, the Alaafin was a powerful king, but he was never absolute. The Oyomesi, a council of chiefs, could compel him to abdicate if he failed the people. They will send him an empty calabash, an unmistakable symbol that his reign had lost legitimacy. Leadership carried weight, but so did responsibility. And no ruler in our pre-colonial indigenous systems was above correction. So, across these examples, from Oyo Empire to the traditional Igbo society, to Ashanti and to Somali, we see patterns. Leaders who were value-based political class. Leaders who were accountable to councils, these were a value-based political class. Citizens who were engaged in decision-making, they had to be enlightened, they were empowered, and they were engaged. And these are the kinds of people that we are craving to re-establish, to re-emerge. And that is the work that my sister and dear friend, Mrs. Tito Aderoju, is focused on as co-chair of Work Study Group 1, which is charged with emerging an enlightened, empowered electorate. Now, the communities that confer legitimacy, these were the strong regulators and institutions. That's what they were. And so what I have painted for you this morning is that in pre-colonial, indigenous African society, we actually had a balanced triangle. We had a balanced triangle that represented the 3 pillars that we now preach today, we are promoting, and we are seeking to establish a balance and equilibrium on. So you see from my submissions that the triangular pillars of democracy are deeply rooted in our identity as Africans. It's there. These are African traditions, and they show us that democracy, in the way it is currently described, that works for the people, is embedded in who we are as Africans. But I acknowledge that the modern state is not the village square. We live in nations of millions, not just clans or towns. But the principles, ladies and gentlemen, I submit most respectfully, are the same. Democracy will not thrive here because it looks like Europe or America. It will thrive because it looks like Africa. It's credible, rooted, inclusive, accountable, and alive to the needs of the people that governments are instituted to serve. We already see this in Botswana, without prejudice to the difficulties they now have, with its steady economic growth, at least until recently, some form of political stability, and decades of credible elections. Look at Mauritius, diverse, small, but punching far above its weight with strong institutions. And there is Rwanda. Some call it an outlier. It's democratic, but not in the regular sense. A country led for many years by one man, yet admired for its order, its rising economy, and its social cohesion. And we must mention what I consider to be its astonishing transformation. And so Rwanda may not fit neatly into Western textbooks, but it tells us something important. Legitimacy is not only about the structure of government, but about the citizens' belief that their government works for them. So, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, this is what is at the heart of democracy. A democracy that works for the people is not about ticking boxes of existing models, in my view. It's not even about throwing away everything colonialism left us. There are some good things. And we're responsible enough, we're pragmatic enough to recognize these good aspects and embrace them and reinforce them. Maybe it is about fusing the best of what we have inherited with the best of who we are. And so, as I conclude, we must place the picture of what was and what can be in front of us, using a guide to build democracies that reflect our values of communal growth, accountability, participation, and legitimacy. These, in my humble opinion, must be the pillars of any democracy that works for our people. That is the journey from crisis to credibility, and a task we must not relent on pursuing until we accomplish our aspirations for our continent. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please let us give Abata, 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 Abako, 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 Abata, Abata, Abata. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's a fantastic lead up into some of the conversations that we are going to have, because democracy is African. There are pillars of democracy in our history, in our culture, and it is up to us to build African democracy, reaching within our own history, within our own culture, and also embracing everything that we have encountered in the rest of the world to have a democracy which is African. So for the next part, I'm going to introduce to you, you will have noticed in Fixed Politics that we are moving with several generations at a time. And on our facilitation team, it's the same. So I want to call up my colleague and co-facilitator. We've been working for months together, Alice Malonte. Please give her a hand. She is a consultant at Strategies and an excellent facilitator. Alice, it seems as if you have something to say.
Yes, for sure. So thanks first. I'm honored that you introduced me this way. Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. Great. We want energy today. I hope you have energy. Great. So I'm really honored that I have been well introduced by my boss that I want to introduce also. So it's an honor for me. She's Kawala. You already know her. She has been there for 3 times, I think. So she's an entrepreneur. She's an activist, and she's a Cameroonian political leader. So as an entrepreneur, she's the CEO of a consulting firm that is called Strategies and specializing in leadership and management. And with 30 years of experience supporting multinationals and also technical and financial partners in transforming their system and also functioning and implementing their projects. And now, as a political leader, she's the president of the Cameroon People's Party, which is called CPP. And in 2011, yes, she was the first woman to run for the presidential elections. So we were really honored to have her as a candidate. And she challenged a long-term president, the oldest president that you know all. I don't want to cite his name. So, and due to her political engagement, she received several international awards. And today, Her main concern, her main focus is working for the political transition in Cameroon and building functional states around Africa. So this morning, she will set the scene and present some trends and facts about democracy and the crisis of legitimacy. So please give her a heartful ovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. So, yes, we're going to talk, and I have to watch the time because this is my favorite topic. So, I can go long, so I have to watch the time. But we do want to, as we talk about democracy, I know that SPPG is all about evidence. Let's not just talk about the democracy in the air. Let's take a look at some of the evidence. So let's put the slides and see where we are on this democracy in Africa today. So we're going to look at perception. We're going to take a look at democratic institutions. Honorable from Gambia has already begun to mention electoral integrity. And we'll talk a little bit about delivery of services. The chair already mentioned some of our good practices that we can look at and how we are responding to the fact that democracy is not delivering for Africa. We are seduced by the military regimes. But we also have some interesting youth movements. So let's just take a look and see. First of all, people are always asking the question, is democracy Africans? Do Africans even want the democracy? Or you people working on democracy, is it even something that people want? The numbers tell us yes. Unequivocally, yes. This is Afrobarometer. Everybody in here should know Afrobarometer, I hope, because it is one of the greatest instruments that we have for getting evidence about our democracy. Looking at 18 to 35-year-olds, this is 75% of Africans, by the way. 35 and under is 75% of Africans. So the 18 to 35-year-olds in 39 African countries, they discovered that 72% of young people voted in their last election. And some countries are having very high voter participation, like Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Seychelles. 41% of youth feel close to a political party. 62% occasionally or frequently discuss politics with their family and friends. And 47% have attended a community meeting during the previous year. So youth, contrary to what we think, are engaged and involved in politics. Nigeria does not score so well on this index. But continent-wide, youth are participating. 42% of them have joined to raise an issue. So like SPPG students have come together to say, we don't have water in my neighborhood, we don't have electricity, 4 out of 10, it's not bad. And 37% have contacted some kind of government official, some kind of governance official to interact with them. And then an element that we will see, when the youth get tired, I said 75% of the population under 35, when they get tired, it blows up. So 1 out of every 10 African youths has participated in a political protest during this survey period. This is a very interesting graph, and this is where we see that Africans prefer democracy over any other kind of government. But the older they get, so the 56 years and above, that is some of us, 68% of us prefer democracy. When you look at the youth, it's slightly less, 64%. Most Africans still reject military rule, despite the seduction of the Sahelians. Most still reject. But unfortunately, the trend in this is going in the wrong direction. We are more and more accepting of military rule. But the numbers are still about 69 to 65% who reject military rule. And what we definitely reject, that's why you heard my countrywoman earlier saying we just have to get rid of one-man rule. In Cameroon, we've had one guy for 43 years. It just has to end. And 80% of Africans feel that, yeah, this is no good. We also don't have a very good perception of our people who are running things. 32% for the older people, 40% of the younger people see most officials in the presidency as being corrupt. And many, more than half of Africans at all age brackets, but 60% of the youth are not at all satisfied with the way democracy is working in their countries. Yeah, I think some of them are in this room. And then we look at, when they say they are not satisfied, why do they feel like this democracy thing is not delivering for us? Here is the approval rating with regard to creating jobs. These are the three most important things to young Africans. Give us jobs, create jobs. And you see here that only 19% of young Africans feel like their government is doing a good job in creating jobs. Managing the economy, only 25% of young Africans feel like their country is managing the economy well. And less than 50% of Africans in all categories feel like their country is doing a good job when it comes to health, education, and other services. So we can conclude from these graphs, yes, Africans want democracy. No, democracy is not delivering for Africans, not yet. So, we have also in Africa established, not only in Africa, but we have a lot of African countries in this situation. We've established what is called an electoral autocracy. This is an autocratic regime that holds elections. We can tell you all about that in Cameroon. We hold elections every 7 years, and somehow the same person wins. So these are electoral autocracies. The Nigerians should not be laughing too much. No, you should not be laughing too much, because I used to think you guys were ahead of us on the game. Then when I looked closely, I said, there are gangs in power. In our gang in Cameroon, they decided to keep the same guy there every time. In your gang, they switch it amongst the gang members. Sorry. Don't kick me out. I'm born in Ibadan. You can't even kick me out. So we see this electoral autocracy, and here you see in Africa, the dark brown is closed autocracy. So these guys are not even pretending. They are not having elections. They are not, the dark brown is people who are like, we are in charge and that's it. Deal with it. We are not going anywhere. Okay? The sort of lighter brown, orangish is is the electoral autocracies who say we figured out how to use elections to keep ourselves in power. And the green or bluish green there is electoral democracy. And as you can see, they've put Nigeria there in electoral democracy. I'm like, okay. Yeah, because I think it's also important for us. That's what the chair said. It's not about ticking the box. It's not about saying, oh, we have multiple parties, tick. Oh, we held an election, tick. Oh, we did this. Whereas things are not fundamentally changing. Okay. So I will go through this quickly because it's also good, and the chair mentioned some of these countries. African countries are doing it. We are not mad. We are not dreaming. There are African countries who are democratic, and they are delivering on democracy. So he mentioned Mauritius. I think Mauritius is at every index in Africa. You pick up the index, Mauritius, when they have done badly, they are number 2. When they have done very badly, they are number 2. But they are at the top of almost every index, and they've been there for decades. He mentioned Botswana. Botswana, many Africans even don't know this. Botswana is the country in the world that held the highest economic growth rate in history. For over 10 years, Botswana had double-digit growth. Double-digit growth means 10% or above for over 10 years. So, and yes. And they used to have a little problem because they had elections, and it was the same, kind of the same party who would win. It was considered good elections, but this year, last year, they changed. They have a very young president, and unfortunately for him, the Botswana depends on diamonds, and the diamond market is crashing. So unfortunately for this young man, he's going to have a tough time. But still, we can hold Botswana up high as people who are doing it. Namibia is not doing badly. They got a woman president. Not doing badly. With regular elections, they are very strong on political rights, but they are also delivering on water and light. That point you brought up, Dr. Obi, me too, when I travel around the world and people come up and say, yes, we too in America, we are suffering, our democracy is not doing so well. We too in Europe, I always ask, you get water, you get light. We are not in the same discussion. Yes, because I don't want to be discussing with people who have water and light. Then we say, oh, our democracy is doing this. No, we are in different leagues. Me, I'm in Division 10 over here. I haven't figured out yet. You are in Division 1 complaining about some small discomfort. No. So it's important for us to be realistic about where we are. Cape Verde. Cape Verde is another beautiful story, African story. Cape Verde, years ago, had a big change maker. They set up their elections. They set up their democracy. They're a little island, but boy, are they delivering on democracy. So we have some good examples. And these are the top of the line. If you get to mixed bag, there are also some very nice examples. Okay, so those are those who are doing well. And of course, we have those who are camping on authoritarianism. We have 54 countries. 50% are autocratic. 19% are free, and 31% are partly free. So the road is still long for us. And unfortunately, as we've said, the world is backsliding on democracy, and Africa is backsliding with it, unfortunately. Amongst what is called the worst of the worst, these are the worst performing autocracies, you have 6 African countries. And you see, if you note, most of these countries have extreme violence, are in extreme conflict, some of them for decades. All of us are looking at Gaza right now. The worst humanitarian crisis in the world is in Sudan. Yes, yes. And as Africans, because we don't talk about our own stuff, you know, because people are like, oh, the Western media. I'm like, what's wrong with your own mouth? Talk about your stuff. Talk about your stuff. Make noise about your stuff. I am in such admiration of the Palestinians right now. These people, bombs are dropping on their heads, but they're out there campaigning, going to meetings, doing everything to let the world know what is happening to them. When it's happening in Africa, it's not somebody else who's going to come and talk about us. It is only us to talk about us. So we have Niger in 2023 that went from partly free to not free. Tanzania. Sister Obi, I'm always hiding my head a bit on Tanzania because we were like, oh, woman president and so on. That's why we have to look at the systems. We have to look at the systems. Unfortunately, Tanzania is backsliding on political freedoms. And then whenever we have non-state armed groups, Nigeria knows this, northern Nigeria, northern Cameroon, we know this. Whenever it gets to the stage where some groups have armed themselves, autocracy increases. Because governments feel like we can kill anybody, we can violate rights, because you people are, you know, the definition of the state is that the state has monopoly on violence. That is one of the definitions of a state. You can't have a state and have different people having control of violence. It's only the state which can have. And once that control has escaped it, most states increase their own violence to be able to get back control. So we see a lot of abuse in the fight against Boko Haram, whether it is on the Nigerian side, on the Cameroonian side, and so on. And this is a very dangerous situation to be in. So we see here freedom in the world. That's what it looks like. The green parts are free. The purple is not free. So you can see how Africa dominates in the not free. We have a few specks of green. Thank goodness for the Southern Africans because they are leading the charge for us. But many, many parts of Africa are not free. So the seduction of military regimes. Many Africans feel like, well, you know, this thing is not working, so let's give it to a guy with a gun. And this here, you see a real generational gap here, because those of us who are older, and who have seen those guys with guns multiple times, we are like, that is not the way to go. But we have a young African population, 75% under 35. So they've never experienced this thing before. And they are like, well, let's give it a try, you know. We're going to hear more from Suleiman about what that giving it a try actually means in the lives of citizens. We now have a military belt across the Sahel and in Northern Africa, stepping into North Africa. All of these, where you see the dark green, are military-dominated regimes. They are either outright military regimes or a military person has put on a civilian coat and is still very much ruling with the military. And in red there you see the evolution of coup d'etats. That's how many coup d'etats we had in 2013, and that's how many were attempted in 2020. So, some people react by going towards military regime, but Others react by coming together collectively and taking action. I do want Suleiman and Moma to stand up. Can you please stand up, please? Please give them a hand. You can take your seats. I'll tell you why I said to give him a hand. Because we are in the presence of movements that have actually brought down dictatorships. Give them a yes. Yes. It's not an easy thing. It takes years and years to do. In the case of Senegal, they have managed to stay on the path. Also, thank you, Pastef, because it almost fell back in 2024, and Pastef said, no way, it's not going to fall back. And they managed to stay the course. Burkina, as Suleiman mentioned, has backslid completely. But that does not take away from the fact that these are citizens, ordinary citizens, who got together and said enough is enough, and they were able to bring the thing down and start rebuilding. So, citizen movements are doing all of these things. Defending democracy, fighting corruption. You also have some nice citizen movements here in Nigeria. Yeah, there you have some nice stuff going on. So they're doing all of these things. Right now, Africans' youth are on the move. They are on the move. As we speak, Madagascar is in the streets. It took them 3 days. The government, the president has already dissolved his government. So they've already got a first win. They are trying to, and they're pushing on. And they're facing a lot of state violence, but they are there, they are pushing on. Madagascar, this beautiful island in Africa, which has amazing, Madagascar is the #1 supplier of vanilla in the world. Why are these people some of the poorest people in the world? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And they're fed up, and they're on the streets right now as we speak. I could not believe this when I saw this. Morocco, the kingdom. I don't know if people know Morocco. Moroccans believe in their king, man. It's a culture which is really centered. You know, the kingdom is also the spiritual head of the nation. So when I saw Moroccan youth out on the street, and guess what? It is because Morocco is hosting the World Cup. And the youth are saying, why are you building stadiums when we don't have hospitals? Why are you building stadiums when we don't have schools? So the thing I love about citizen movements is that they are always talking about the real deal. You know, politicians sometimes feel like they can manipulate citizen movement. When citizens really come out on the street in their numbers, they are talking about the real issues, okay? Of course, we saw Nigeria. After NSAS, we saw N-band governance last year, and I am certain that Nigerians, it's percolating under the, under the surface. Our Kenyan colleagues are coming. Our Kenyan colleagues are coming, because this is one of the stories we want to hear. How Kenyan youth, they stopped the finance bill, they stopped it, they were able to negotiate things with government, and they came out a year later, follow-up. They did follow-up protest. They did a protest. They didn't get everything they want. They came back the following year and said, we are following up on what we want. So this gives a lot of hope. But we're going to discuss the strengths and the weaknesses of these citizen movements. How can we make them stronger, more constructive, ensure that they don't backslide, ensure that they actually reach their objective of building functional states? So, I'm just going to, oh yes, even Uganda. So by the way, some of us in the worst autocracies are out on the streets. Uganda, Togo, Cameroon, we are moving. I know it looks from afar as if, what are these ones doing for 43 years? But people are on the streets moving even in the most difficult countries. So we have to take that into account, and it has to give us hope. It has to give us hope. Tunisia, they got rid of the dictator. They had rough moments. They have somebody in place. That person is not delivering and is suppressing rights, and they are back out on the streets. They are like, no, this is not what we wanted. So I'm just going to go through this one. The question I'm going to leave you with, and the question for all of us as we go through the next 2 days is, it is clear we as Africans want democracy, but democracy is yet to deliver. We have a youth bulge. We have a huge population of youth that if we do not contain, because, you know, I've talked about these citizen movements, I talked about protests. The good side of it is it's citizens standing up. The challenging side of it is that it can go wrong. It can get violent. It can get destructive. So we have a responsibility to channel this youth energy, to enable youths to actually engage and change, make the change that they want. So, of course, over the next 2 days, we are going to be looking at what do we, as Africans, we are the ones we are waiting for, what do we as Africans need to do to make the democracy deliver for us? Thank you very much. We are going to have a panel on overcoming the crisis of legitimacy for African democracies. And to do that, we have some wonderful resource persons. They have been introduced, but I will say a word or two. I would first like to invite Honorable Fatoumata Njai, member of the National Assembly, Republic of the Gambia, to join me up here on stage. She's a Gambian politician, strong advocate for gender equality and youth empowerment. She chairs the Gender and Children's Welfare Committee, and she also serves at the Pan-African Parliament. She used to be the only female Gambian representative at ECOWAS, and she has been a tireless voice for women's leadership, social justice, and inclusive development across Africa. Welcome once again, Honorable. And then I remember when we were preparing, his name came up straight away when we said, you know, how do we think about this whole idea of traditional African governance, and, you know, what do we learn from there for today? And the Nigerians in the room said, Professor Jibril Ibrahim. Please, he's a scholar and public intellectual on democracy and governance. He's a distinguished political scientist, researcher, and advocate for democracy and good governance. Right now, he is the director of the Center for Democracy and Development, a West African research and advocacy organization. He's a political science with a PhD for the Institut d'études politiques in Bordeaux. Ah, prof. Je comprends maintenant. Because I came in and he's speaking fluent French to me, and I was like, okay, now I know why and how. So welcome, Professor Jibril Ibrahim. And from the think tank Wati, we have had Wati with us all 3 years of the Africa Conference. And it's always a pleasure to welcome. We have Hadijet Kangulin. She is the communication officer for Wati think tank. She's a development advocate and women's rights specialist with extensive experience in gender equality across Africa. And she has a multidisciplinary background in political communication, data analysis, and international relations. And she's working, doing all that, and still pursuing her MBA at this time. Oh, you finished. Oh, fantastic. You got the MBA? All right. Can we get a hand, please? All right. Wonderful. And finally, as we've said, we're not going to have a one-directional communication here. I'm going to invite Alice Malonte to join me for us to be able to have this conversation together with our panelists. So, welcome. It's a pleasure to be here, for you to be here. Yeah, this one is yours. I have one. Okay. And we want to start off the conversation. You know, I feel like African stories don't get told enough. I don't know how many of you know the story of the Gambia, because Gambians did something amazing. They had not only a dictator, but I think, honestly, one of the craziest people in the world running a country. This was a guy who said he could cure AIDS with his prayers or his something like this. I mean, you would hear statements from Yahya Jammeh, who was the Gambian president, and wonder what on earth is going on now. In 2017, Gambians were able to put an end to the decades-long rule of Yahya Jammeh. Honorable Njai, if you could tell us a little bit about how you did that, but then also, that's a nice story, but it's in the past. Now you've established a democracy, and you know, opposition is always an easy position, I tell people. It's nice to be outside of government and criticizing. Now when you're sitting in the seat, as you're trying to build a democracy as Gambians, what are some of the challenges you face? Are you on the right track? Or should we fear backsliding like some of the countries we have been talking about? What is the Gambian journey, please, Honorable?
Thank you so much. I think stories are best told by those that live the stories, because we have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it was a wonderful story in 2017 when we all came together to remove a dictator, thinking that that was the end of the bad. We are yet to get rid of the dictator because we have a dictator to date. In 2017, women came together, and thanks to the women, I would emphasize that. We had what was called the Kalama Revolution. Members of the opposition were jailed unjustly, and women came together to bring all political parties together. So I think the best solution is unity, coming together for a common cause. And that was what removed a dictator. And I believe in 2026, coming together would also solve our problems, but not retaining what was. 2016, we all jubilated. 3 years along the line, an independently elected president formed a political party, embracing what was removed. So as we speak, the Speaker of the House was from the Dictator's Party. Likewise, the Deputy Speaker, and over 80% of our ministers. So was that a solution? No. It was old wine in new bottles. And I think we need new wine, we need new bottles. That is the solution. What is the challenge? Corruption. Hiding, trying to hide behind your bad deeds. Because in 2016, when we elected our president, our current president, we thought he was corrupt-free. We looked for a decent person. I'm not going to stand here and say he is not corrupt, because he is. I think we should be truthful with what we say, and that's the only solution. That is our problem. If we hide behind the truth, then we fail. And I believe the challenge, first of all, is poverty. With poverty, people's integrity, their dignity is compromised. I believe in being poor and containing my dignity. In 2019, I saw the route that the coalition was going, and I attempted to take the leadership of my political party, because I saw that our campaign promises of 2016 were not being fulfilled. And I attempted, and my party, which was part of the coalition, collided with our president to expel me from my party, because probably they thought that being expelled, I wouldn't dare to contest and go back to Parliament. I went as independent. Against all odds, I went back. So one of the challenges is, one of the solutions is not giving up. Because the best way to fix the problem is to try. Because if you don't try, you can't fix it. I went through hell and back. But again, the youths, thanks to the youths of Gambia, I was re-elected. I am an advocate of women. I could have stopped advocating for women in 2021, 2022, but I said no. I will not blame them for going against me, because it is not out of necessity. It wasn't out of their conviction. It was out of necessity, because they needed to feed. And I said, if I do not advocate for them, they will continue compromising their integrity for what is not right. So I'm still a woman's advocate, irrespective of women standing up publicly to go against me going back to Parliament. At that time, we had a female speaker, a female vice president. I came up with a women's bill to increase the women representation in my parliament by adding 17 seats specifically for women. It was negated by the speaker, who was female, and the vice president, who was female, was there at the parliament to make sure that he influenced it negatively, because they thought I was doing it for me to go back to Parliament. I will not go for specific seats for women, because I think that should be left for women who are not like me. And that is one challenge, because we are timid. I'm a very shy person, but I think the shyness is just a shell, because deep down, I'm very daring, and I think we should all be.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you so much. I think you're just a quiet person. I noticed that since yesterday. But I think in French, they have the phrase la force tranquille, a quiet strength. Yes, and you get that from Honorable straight away. I think this is so interesting. Like you say, the stories should be told by the people who live it, because my impression of Gambia was totally different from what you are describing. You know, we sit outside, and you are right. And I think this is a lesson for us as we go into the thematic labs. It's not all to get rid of the dictator. You have to then build the systems. And we have to forget that the dictator is just the visible part of the iceberg that consists of the dictatorship. And you see how they were able to come back. Despite, like I say, Yahya Jammeh was, you know, we as Cameroonians today, we feel ashamed when we have this 92-year-old man who can barely walk and so on. But Gambians used to be so ashamed of Yahya Jammeh. So you would think that when you get rid of that, you would be ready for something new. But we have to keep in mind it's a system. And for those who are going to work on state capture, I think the state capture thematic lab has some key elements there. Hadijat, I'm going to come to you. Wati does a lot of work. If you don't know about Wati, Google them, get onto their website and subscribe. My problem with Wati is that I don't have enough time to read all of the things. I see everything. This is interesting. This is interesting. So they're doing really fantastic work. And Hadijat, maybe you can tell us, where is democracy working? Where, you know, we know where it's not working, but where is it working, and what are some of the elements of what we call working?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je vais y aller en français. Donc, on est d'accord qu'actuellement le monde connaît une crise de la démocratie qui est sans contexte et sans précédent. Vous avez montré des chiffres, j'en avais, mais je pense qu'on va aller directement. Et aujourd'hui, il y a quand même des exemples positifs. Parmi eux, on peut citer des pays comme la Zambie, qui connaît quand même des élections et des alternances. Il y a aussi des pays comme le Cap-Vert, qui, depuis les années 90, a régulièrement des élections, une alternance et aussi des institutions électorales qui sont respectées. Nous avons aussi d'autres pays, comme le Botswana, vous en avez parlé, qui a connu aussi une alternance aussi et un système électoral pacifique, et le jeu électoral est respecté. À côté de ça, nous avons d'autres pays comme le Sénégal, qui, malgré des périodes électorales sous haute tension, on peut citer 2012 et 2024, a quand même réussi à avoir l'alternance par les urnes, ce qui est important quand même. Et nous avons aussi le Libéria, on n'en parle pas souvent, après la période de guerre civile, qui depuis connaît quand même une stabilité politique avec des alternances, notamment je pense en 2017, si je ne me trompe pas. Et donc tous ces exemples-là montrent que la démocratie n'est pas forcément un système qui ne convient pas aux pays africains. C'est plus la manière dont elle est exécutée, la manière dont les institutions sont mises en place, est-ce qu'ils sont respectés, c'est le jeu démocratique qui est important, le système. Donc il est important pour les pays africains de s'inspirer de ce qui marche et de continuer sur cette voie-là, et du coup d'adapter ce qui ne marche pas pour aller encore plus loin. Parce que ces pays que j'ai cités, tout n'est pas parfait là-bas, mais au moins les systèmes démocratiques évoluent. Et on voit que ces pays, dans la zone africaine ou dans leur zone, sont des pays quand même qui se distinguent. Et c'est très important de les reconnaître.
Merci beaucoup. Alice, Là, depuis que nos intervenants parlent, je te regarde parce que c'est les sujets qui te tiennent à cœur. La représentativité des femmes, les institutions fortes, mais les institutions africaines. Je sais que tu as une question pour le prochain intervenant. Donc, je te laisse la poser dans ce sens-là.
I hope, yes, okay, it's working. So I see that Honorable Fatoumata Njai spoke about the youth and also how they were able to chase away the last president, who is Yahya Jammeh. And also Hadijet mentioned that there are some countries in Africa where we can see that democracy is working because they have put the systems in place and they are monitoring it. But most of the time we are speaking about decolonizing our states. So when we speak about decolonizing our state, we are saying that we need to think about our traditions. How can we find values in our traditions so that we can bring it into the modern system? So I have a question for Professor Jibrin. And the question is as follows. So, Professor Jibrin, please can you tell us what are some of the key pillars of democracy that we find in some forms of African traditional governance? And also, are there countries which have been able to integrate these key pillars from traditional governance into their modern democracies with success?
Thank you for that question. It makes me feel a bit an old man for the simple reason that when I started studying political science, it was one of the exam questions set for us. This is PS 102, African Political Systems. And the program at that time, there was a whole section on traditional African democracy in modern political systems. And we studied 3 case studies: Tanzania, Zambia, Malawi. And the arguments for these 3 countries were all very similar. That to make sure our democracy is authentic, let us base that democracy on our traditions. So there was a study of African traditional democracies, and they came up with this Ubuntu philosophy, all the 3 countries, which is a philosophy of humanism with fundamental democratic traits. The first is participation. Every member of the community should engage in decision-making. So when whatever issue comes up, everybody in an inclusive system should come and make their own contributions. The methodology was the Palava methodology, in which, as the saying goes, when there's a problem, Africans sit under the tree, they discuss and debate till they agree. So the strategic objective is to reach a consensus through the participation of everybody. And the basic idea is that when you continue to talk till you all agree, the best reasoning will emerge. And that was what will define the system. So these 3 countries all adopted this integration of traditional African democracy into their modern political system. The question then became, well, how will it work? The way it will work, they argued, was because everybody is participating, because everybody is in the conversation, you don't want the diversion of separate political parties. So all of them banned multipartism, and there was one political party to which every member of the community will work. And that, of course, was a strategic error in thinking that eliminating parties will improve the quality of the conversation. Of course, what happened immediately, you had only one party, and there's a president who is the boss of the party, is that every conversation that criticizes the president then ends up becoming an attack on democracy, an attack on the system. And all the three countries ended up jailing all the opposition figures except those who agree to join the party. And they developed into political tyrannies where nobody could express dissent. Now, does that mean there aren't good qualities you can copy from traditional African democracies? I think there are, but the issue is, how do you do it? Is it an alternative to modern democracy, which is based not just on the Constitution, but on constitutionalism, which means political behavior has limitations and boundaries set by the Constitution that everybody is subjected to? I think that was a strategic error, because the interesting thing about the debate on democracy is that increasingly the best form of democracy is being defined as deliberative democracy, in which every member of the society engages in constant conversations. And the way in which Swiss democracy operates, for example, is all questions that pose issues for citizenship become a question of national debate. At the end of that debate, a referendum is taken, and whichever side wins the referendum, the government is forced to now adopt that as government policy, because the Swiss people have discussed this in detail. So there are ways in which, for example, Switzerland has copied the best element of traditional African democracy, while the three African countries that were promoting it turned into political tyrannies.
Thank you very much, Professor Jibril. I think that you know, the pillars. I want to go back also to the chair's keynote, where he mentioned these pillars, this consensual process that you mentioned. As you've said, in Africa, we had the palaver tradition. I think we even had examples. The Hébrier of Côte d'Ivoire it is an age class that gets into power. The entire generation is responsible for governance of the village. So we have multiple examples in Africa. I'm wondering, just a follow-up question, Prof, is it not maybe you, and let me say we, the class that went to school, the intellectual class, is it not we who have failed to actually go beyond, because there's in a lot of African discourse, and I'm so tired of it, you hear this, oh, this democracy is a white man's thing, it's not for us, it's blah, 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 you know, and we must build our African style of governance. And I am 60, and I tell people, I've been hearing that for 60 years. Where are you building it? Where is it, please? Because I want to be where people are building it. We keep talking about building it, but we're not actually building it. So I'm wondering whether it's not the universities, the think tanks, the people who are supposed to theorize this, know the history, and then tell us how do we go into that consultative process in a country like Nigeria of 200 million people. I mean, Switzerland, it's nice, but it's a teeny, itsy-bitsy country. It's very small. So to think about what would be the tools, what would be the mechanisms, how would we actually do it? Isn't it us who have failed a little bit to do the translation? There, you have it. I don't know. What is your thinking on this, because you've been in this for so long?
I think conceptually, the biggest challenge in democracy is transiting from the small level to the larger level. When you look at the literature on African democracy, for example, one of the best case studies that always emerge is traditional Igbo democracy, where once again, you follow the palaver system, you sit down and you all agree on what is the way forward for society on any issue that emerges. The problem is once you scale up, that doesn't work because you can't all sit down under the tree.
Right.
So that's why what we call democracy is actually representative democracy. That is to say, you then elect people that will represent collectivities, either in parliament or in the executive. And it's in that scaling up that all sorts of problems start in terms of how do you engage in that larger conversation. I think for me, for that larger conversation to take place, the most important instrument is the political party. But then, the political party per se is never a solution, except if that political party represents people, represents opinion, represents ideology. In that case, there is a position that is part of that conversation, and the contest becomes a contest of ideas. So when you take a country like Nigeria, for example, we have parties, but those parties have no meaning for the simple reason that this is one of the few countries where in our own literature people own political parties. So the party is for this person in this state. And that therefore, and the parties above all don't have members. When you study the parties of the First Republic of Nigeria, for example, and there are only 2 or 3 classic studies of those parties, all of them were defined by membership at the base. That is, from the village level to the ward level to the local government to the state to the national level, they all have members. They meet every week, and they actually have conversations about the way forward. It was those conversations that filtered through the system of representation. And at the end of the day, when that party speaks, it's actually the people speaking. Then Nigeria translates into a situation where certain people who paid money to have those parties set up own the party, and they go to conventions and determine who has leadership. So that party speaks for that person that owns the party rather than for the people. So the reflection we need to engage in is how do we develop modes of representation that keeps the people in the conversation.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. How do we have modes of representation that keeps the people in the conversation? Honorable, I'm coming to you. Gambia should be a good case because you're a small country. What would we practically need to do now so that Gambia does not slide back? Because the people paid the price. Like you said, it was a people's revolution. They broke the dictatorship. They put something else into place. And now you're telling us it's creeping back. It's you know. So what needs to be done now so that Gambia finds its way back on that democratic pathway.
Thank you. I think what needs to be done has to be done. It's just like what Nepal have just done, what Madagascar is doing, what Tunisia did and is about to do again. Demand for what you deserve, because we all deserve justice. We all deserve our leaders, our representatives. We've just heard from Professor Jibril about how representative governance came about. It's not about one person being in that seat, but that one person being in that seat, being the voices of the people that they represent. Gambia is just about 2.4 million people. We have 53 elected representatives representing 53 constituencies. And I think each representative should be inclusive by listening to the voices of the people and taking that back to the National Assembly where decisions are taken on behalf of those people. And I believe that for you, you are legally given that after winning the elections. But being legally bound and being morally bound is also, we need to look into it. Because in 2016 and 2021, Gambians legally elected a president. But that legality is questioned once you lost the morality of being elected. Because laws are made by men, and if men breaks those laws that you are bound to protect, then the legality of your representation should be questioned. And I think that's where the line is drawn. Gambia being a small country, we had set an unprecedented example, because I remember in 2016 when we removed a dictator, we had calls from Zambia. We had calls, I think Zambia then, they were about to have elections, and they had hope after what we did. And I remember talking to a colleague of mine who's from Zambia. We met in India, where we had a course on democracy. And he said, after you left, you went back and this thing happened. And I hope it will trickle down to our country as well. But what went wrong? We ourselves create dictators by always nodding on their wishes and not being truthful to ourselves. And in 1994, when we had the coup, people were laughing, people were dancing, rejoicing after 30 years of democracy, because people were fed up with one president from independent. And I don't blame them, because the system was very limited. We didn't have a university, we didn't even have a TV station, and within 5 years of Jammeh coming into power, I believe I'm a lover of democracy, and I'm always against coup, military coups especially, but it could have been better. But we created the devil. Jammeh could have been a very good president. He developed a youthful population by opening up a university with over thousands of graduates now. That could have been a plus. But what went wrong? The disrespect of the rule of law, the disregard of our Constitution. Our Constitution was amended 52 times. And that is still continuing. Our president disregards our laws. Recently, he's just dismissed an auditor general whose position is protected by law, and nobody is talking about it. If you talk about it, you are seen as someone against the system. So now the truth becomes the lie, and it is normalized. So where do we stand? We must protect the truth irrespective of the consequences, because at the end of the day, it is what you do and what people think of you at the end of the day when you are no more. Because we suffer a lot by being the voice of the voiceless, but it comes with consequences. Are you gonna shelve those consequences, or are you gonna face them? I think you face them and correct the wrongs rather than shy away from the truth and die in indignity. Thank you.
Into French. Il y a deux points très importants qui ont été relevés par le professeur et aussi par l'honorable, notamment la question sur la représentativité, la nécessité d'avoir des groupes qui sont des collectivités qui sont mises en avant, qui peuvent défendre leurs intérêts. Et le point qui a été relevé par l'honorable, c'est la demande politique. Je me rappelle que Dr Obi, lors de la première conférence sur l'Afrique, avait dit que la demande était faible, ou du moins on ne trouvait pas des citoyens, comme elle a dit, qui sont prêts réellement à défendre leurs droits. C'est-à-dire dans les pays où la démocratie marche, c'est parce que les citoyens sont prêts à se battre pour défendre leurs intérêts. Donc ça, c'est des éléments que nous pouvons considérer comme des facteurs de succès. Donc j'aimerais demander à Hadidjet quels sont pour elle 1 à 2 facteurs majeurs de succès, puisqu'elle a parlé de pays dans lesquels la démocratie est en train de marcher, notamment la Namibie, le Cap-Vert, l'île Maurice, etc. Quels sont 1 à 2 facteurs de succès et quelle est une leçon majeure que nous pouvons tirer de ces pays qui sont en train de mettre en œuvre la démocratie sur notre continent?
Merci beaucoup pour cette question très intéressante et qui fait donc écho à tout le travail que Wati fait. Permettez-moi donc de prendre mes notes parce que c'est vraiment un point non négligeable de la discussion du jour. Et citer 1 ou 2 facteurs, ce serait assez court, mais je vais m'y restreindre. Je commencerai par dire que le plus important pour moi, ce serait d'avoir pour moi et donc pour Wati par rapport au travail que nous faisons, d'avoir des institutions électorales indépendantes. C'est très important pour l'indépendance de nos élections, de l'organisation des élections, la sauvegarde du multipartisme et aussi la représentativité dont on parle en général. C'est important, encore une fois, de prendre exemple sur des pays où ça marche. Et pour des pays où ça marche, on peut citer le Ghana, par exemple, avec la commission électorale du Ghana, qui fait vraiment un travail fantastique dans tout ce qui est sauvegarde des institutions électorales, leur indépendance. Pour aller au second point, je pense qu'il serait important, dans l'état dans lequel notre région est, de parler des libertés notamment civiques. Pas seulement en théorie, mais aussi en pratique. Et quand on parle de liberté civique réelle, il s'agit vraiment de la liberté de la presse, de la liberté de l'opposition, mais aussi des ONG actives et protégées. On a beaucoup d'exemples aujourd'hui de pays, on peut en citer? Est-ce qu'on peut en citer? Des pays, je n'aimerais pas m'attirer des foudres, parce qu'on est, je pense, 3 sur ce panel à être originaires de certains de ces pays, où les opposants sont régulièrement arrêtés, menacés, les journalistes n'ont pas droit à la parole, souvent ils sont exilés pour être protégés, et ce sont des pays qui se disent démocratiques. il faut vraiment se poser des questions sur quel type de démocratie est-ce que ces pays-là sont en train de porter s'ils ne respectent pas les fondements de la démocratie, qui sont notamment cette question de liberté civique réelle. Il y a d'autres éléments qu'on pourrait noter, hein, mais vu qu'on m'a demandé d'en citer un, je vais me restreindre à ça. Mais il est important de nuancer tout cela en disant que peu importe les institutions, peu importe les facteurs clés qu'on pourrait citer, s'il n'y a pas de résultats tangibles sur le terrain, la démocratie sera toujours discutée. Ces partis seront toujours, il y aura toujours un scepticisme de la part des populations face à ces partis-là et donc face à la démocratie. Et par résultat tangible, on parle des besoins primaires des populations, l'éducation, la santé, l'emploi des jeunes, par exemple. Et donc, il est important donc de commencer effectivement par établir ces institutions-là, ces prérogatives, mais aussi de continuer avec des résultats tangibles et ne pas juste se limiter à avoir des institutions ou à juste respecter les fondements basiques de la démocratie. Merci.
Merci. I think electoral integrity. I, for one, believe that we sold elections to Africans without telling them how much work it is to actually get an election with integrity. And it's a building of systems, it is a building of tools, it is a building of a culture, and so on. And I think that we in so many of our countries, we are ticking the box on elections, which are not really elections, because the pillars that enable electoral integrity are not there. In the same way, Hadijet, I totally agree with you that rights are the foundation on which democracy is built. If you do not have fundamental rights, human rights, political rights, people have the ability to gather, to speak without fear, without feeling like what I say might get me into trouble. If you do not have that in a country, this whole elections you are talking about, that doesn't make sense. Because if it's only one party that can get its message to the people, and that every time the other party says something, it is like, oh, those people in the opposition. Oh, they are. If we do not seek to have facts for the population, to have enough information for the population to actually be able to make objective decisions, then the democracy, the elections, and so on are a joke. We're going to be rounding up. We're going to be rounding up this panel. So I'm coming to our last questions for our panelists. And I am going to start with you, Professor Jibril, to tell us where is the opportunity today? Where is the opportunity for these hybrid models we are talking about, where we draw from our history and our traditional governance, we borrow from everybody who is doing things right. By the way, one of my pet peeves is that we keep only looking at democracy in the West. You have other parts of the world. South Korea is an amazing democracy. You have other parts of the world that are doing some very interesting things that we should be looking at. So how do we build from what we have, borrow from what others have done, and build an African democracy that, as Hadijet has just said, delivers? Because yes, we must have rights. Yes, we must hold good elections, but those good elections must produce leaders who build hospitals and roads and water and electricity for the people. Where is our opportunity today, Prof?
I'm going to propose one opportunity based on the theme of this conversation, which is the question of legitimacy. Legitimacy means people exercising power on behalf of the people have the consent and agreement of the people and have maintained and sustained that consent. The big question for democracy is what happens when those exercising power lose that consent of the people. That is, when they have broken the social contract between them and the people. And the social contract is straightforward. We give you an opportunity to exercise power, and for your part, you have to deliver on our welfare, on our security. When you fail to deliver on welfare and security, it means you begin to lose that consent of the people, and you lose the legitimacy on which the exercise of your power is based. Looking back at traditional African forms of democracy, one of the most exciting and most effective was developed by the good Yoruba people of the Oyo Empire, where there is a council that sits to assess at each point the extent to which the power being exercised is in conformity with the interests and the wishes of the people. If at any point the collective decision is you've lost your legitimacy, you've lost the consent of the people, then you get presented with an empty calabash. The Oyomesi sits, they take the decision, and then the leader, Bashoru, takes this empty calabash and gives it to the king. On receiving that calabash, the king is obliged to commit suicide so that somebody who can build a new legitimacy can come in. And I always wonder, why have we always talk about traditional African values. This is a great traditional African value. Why don't we use it, for heaven's sake? Why don't we get Obi Ezekwesili to take the empty calabash and hand it over to our Oga? Thank you.
Prof, I think that it sounds extreme, but I think we really must ask ourselves as Africans how we moved from being a people where the sanction for bad governance is death. Because in Cameroon, we have the same tradition in parts of our countries. In other words, if the king governed badly, his legislature, his advisors have the right to kill him. If he has betrayed the people, so the punishment for bad governance was death, was actual death, either by suicide or by murder, but either way. And how did we move from there to being people whose governments have no accountability to them whatsoever, and we continue to let these people stay there and continue what they're doing? So we have to think about, I like the empty calabash. It might not be, you know, I think we'll leave out the suicide part, but it could be a very nice symbol of protest, I feel like, this empty calabash. So definitely something for us to think about. Alice, anything on your mind before we close up?
I would like to ask a question to Hadjet based on what the professor just said. So allow me to switch to French again. My question is, la question que j'aimerais poser, c'est en ce qui concerne, on remarque que la gouvernance ou la mauvaise gouvernance tue Donc oui, il faudrait que les gouvernants qui ne travaillent pas bien soient condamnés à mourir parce que leur mauvaise gouvernance tue. Et on remarque aujourd'hui que cette mauvaise gouvernance tue beaucoup de jeunes dans nos pays. Il y a des jeunes qui sont forcés à entrer dans des groupes armés. Il y a des jeunes qui sont forcés à quitter. Dans mon pays, par exemple, au Cameroun, les jeunes partent au Canada pour se chercher parce que le système actuel ne donne pas cette opportunité, ne donne pas l'espoir aux jeunes pour qu'ils restent dans le pays. Alors, que faut-il faire? Parce que notre continent, c'est le continent le plus jeune de la Terre. La jeunesse représente à la fois une force, mais une bombe aussi à retardement. Mais qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire pour que ces jeunes deviennent une force, pour que nous puissions traverser cette crise de légitimité que nos pays africains rencontrent sur notre continent?
Sur cette question, je pense qu'on a parlé en long, en large des institutions légitimes, de tout ce qui est élection crédible, mais on n'a pas beaucoup insisté sur les questions de redevabilité des gouvernants. Et quand on parle de questions de redevabilité, il serait important donc d'insister sur la réponse aux besoins des populations. Parce que aujourd'hui, l'Afrique est le continent le plus jeune du monde, comme tu l'as dit Alice, avec du potentiel. Mais ce potentiel-là, on fait face aujourd'hui à ce qu'on appelle la fuite des cerveaux. Mais on remarque aussi en contrepartie que les pays occidentaux sont de plus en plus en train de fermer leurs frontières. On risque de se retrouver avec une population jeune, qualifiée, qui a envie de faire des choses, de faire avancer leur pays, de faire avancer le continent, mais qui n'a pas l'espace ou qui n'est pas dans les conditions pour le faire. Et pour ça, il est très important que, peu importe les gouvernements qui viennent au pouvoir ou les gouvernements qui sont au pouvoir, qu'ils prennent en compte les besoins des populations. Et quand on parle de besoins primaires, il est important d'insister sur l'éducation. L'éducation sous toutes ses formes. Quand on parle d'éducation, ce n'est pas seulement aller à l'école et rentrer, non. C'est vraiment l'éducation sous toutes ses formes, l'éducation politique. Amener les jeunes à s'intéresser à la question politique pour pouvoir mieux questionner, encore une fois, les gouvernements, pour pouvoir mieux interroger les pouvoirs en place. Quand on parle de démocratie, on parle beaucoup de pouvoir par le peuple, pour le peuple. Mais est-ce que le peuple est au courant qu'il a un certain pouvoir ou est-ce qu'on l'endort en lui faisant penser que le pouvoir est uniquement entre les mains de l'État, en se cachant surtout sous des formules ou des formes, l'État a le monopole de la violence, en les matant quand ils essaient de réclamer leur dû. Il faut se poser des questions sur ça. Et à Wati, on insiste encore et toujours sur l'importance de répondre aux besoins des populations. L'éducation, la santé. Il suffit de faire des recherches, de s'inspirer de ce qui marche. Et on peut, en Afrique aussi, mettre des choses en place. On l'a vu avec des pays comme le Cap-Vert, on l'a cité tout à l'heure, le Botswana, qui arrive, le Rwanda, même si la politique rwandaise est discutée, le fait que dans le pays, il y ait des choses qui avancent, le travail est fait dans le pays, les jeunes ne se sentent pas forcément contraints à se rebeller ou à avoir des mouvements. Donc pour moi, le facteur le plus criant du succès, c'est vraiment les résultats, les réponses qui sont apportées aux populations. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. On dit souvent que, en fait, les citoyens s'en foutent pas mal de la gouvernance. Ce qui les intéresse, c'est les services qui sont produits par la gouvernance. Honorable, you have the last word. Where do we go from here? I've heard you talk very clearly about people power, about the need for us as citizens to stand up and demand what is rightfully ours. what next steps, and also maybe if you can think about it, how do we support each other? Right, you are in Gambia, we are talking of Senegal, we are here in Nigeria. Are there things across the board that we should be doing so that these voices which are in this room, which still remain the least heard in Africa? I think that when people talk about Africa from outside, our presidents who are not doing a great job get a lot of attention. And you don't hear so much about the people who are fighting day in and day out for democracy and justice and basic services for the people. So just a few ideas about which way forward, and perhaps some ideas about how do we support one another.
I think, first of all, we need to break the state capture. And if, like you've mentioned, we only look up to our leaders, but are they the leaders that we deserve? I always give the ECOWAS as an example. We have a gentleman's club of what used to be 15, now 12. They are seen, they are heard. What they discuss inside, we never know. Do they just sit there to support each other? Make sure that they entrench themselves in power? We don't know. So what we need is genuine leadership, leaders that care. Like you've mentioned, people don't need leaders. They need people that give them the services that we need. We need good hospitals. We need good schools. We need good structures that can help us remove leaders if we do not want them. Somebody gave an example of Rwanda. A president that has been leading for decades, and people still want him because he is termed as legitimate. He's giving Rwandans what they need, and that is jobs, security, health, and education. People opt to go to Rwanda instead of to Europe for education. In my country, a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old would leave my country for education because we have one state university, which I believe, and I keep telling these students, it is not good enough. I will not send my child, not because I don't want to, but because I feel that you deserve better. And that's the type of leadership we need. Leadership that serves, not leadership that waits to be served.
I think we can end there. Leadership that serves, not leadership that is waiting to be served. Can you help me in giving our panel a huge hand? Thank you so much. And you can take your seat. As you do so,
we're just going to take a quick group picture. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Let's appreciate the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to our panel. And we are going to, we've heard, I'm so glad I got that little note because Dr. Obi has mentioned Honorable Jai's video twice now, and I'm like, okay, it looks like I'm the only one who hasn't seen the video. So we're going to watch the video. Let's let's watch the video.
Looking at the Honorable Minister's statement and looking at the budget, I think that our government does not love this country. They do not have the feeling to nurture our children in this country. Honorable Speaker, $6 billion in salaries alone, not in administrative cost. Honorable Speaker, and we say we are a poor country. Honorable Speaker, the median age in this country is 19 years old. We should consider the life and the livelihood of our children. We should be investing in education. We should be investing in health rather than paying ourselves, feeding ourselves out of the poor people of this country. I will start with this August Assembly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to see the salary of the Honorable Speaker increased from 658 million to 658,000 to 1,560,000. I feel ashamed to call myself an honorable member, Honorable Speaker. I gave myself for service. I did not give myself for the poor people to feed me and my family, Honorable Speaker. When I saw this, I felt embarrassed. I did not want to come to this budget session because I said to myself, there is no need, because we are just sharing the cake in our pockets, going home, feeding ourselves. Not only that, but to see the responsibility allowance, the residential allowance, the roving allowance, and all those for the representatives of the people. It is embarrassing for me to go back to my poor constituency and tell them that the meager resources of this country, I am paid that much at your expense. I took an oath, Honorable Speaker, to serve and to give back to my society, not to enrich myself. And even if I go to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, it says that we shouldn't deliberately enrich ourselves. And increasing our salaries is deliberately enriching ourselves. And that is an embarrassment. I think as a National Assembly, we should not accept any salary increment. It was in this August Assembly that we sat and discussed the salaries of the ministers and denied them, even though they went behind our backs and increased it. That is their problem. We offered ourselves for service, Honorable Speaker. We were not appointed. We were elected, and we offered ourselves, Honorable Speaker. And I think we should think of
Okay, thank you. Wow. Okay. So I think you're getting an idea that the Africa Conference, it's the real deal. It's the real people who are here. I don't know if you all know that African parliamentarians are some of the best paid parliamentarians in the world. And I don't know if you have an idea what it means in an elected assembly to stand up and say, we here should not increase our own salaries. It takes extreme courage, because believe you me, as you walk out that door for coffee, for what, all your colleagues are attacking you. everybody is attacking you. And so to have the courage to stand up and give that kind of a speech in a parliament, in an African parliament, is the real proof of the fact that in Africa, nowhere else, inside this continent, we have the leaders that we need. We have the leaders that we need. And our challenge is to simply bring them to power. That's the challenge that is remaining. So, thank you very much. Congratulations, Honorable. It's a wonderful, wonderful example. So now, we are going to move to another panel, and I would like to invite them to come up. But before I do, I want you to stand up a little bit again. We're going to shake a little bit. This is Africa. This is Africa. Huh? Yeah. Okay. I see people stretching, so we're going to pick some mangoes. Nice mangoes. Let's go up into the air. Up on your tippy. Okay, now there's still some mangoes in the tree. Shake the tree. Shake it, shake it. Shake it, shake it. Now there's mangoes on the ground. Let's pick them up. One more time, up into the tree. Shake the tree. Shake it, shake it. Shake it, shake it. Shake the tree. Shake it, shake it. All right. Now let's pick up what's on the ground. All right. We can take our seats. Thank you. So, I think our panels are being set up very nicely. This panel on legitimacy really helped us to see that, one, we have democracy in our traditions, in our history, in our way of governing. Two, we have experiences of fighting to put democracy into place. We have to build institutions. We have to have electoral integrity. We have to have fundamental rights. And we have to deliver services to the people. The next panel is going to talk about some of the innovations. How do people do it when the space is so tight, when it's so difficult, you don't know how to move around? How do we do it with technology? How do we do it with young people? How do we do it with women? Some unexpected actors. So let me invite to join me up here. I'm going to invite Bergeline Domu. She's from Stand Up for Cameroon. Thank you. And she's a driving force for democracy and community empowerment in Cameroon, Secretary General of the Cameroon People's Party, and a co-leader of the Stand Up for Cameroon movement. I always like to say this about Bergeline. In a country like Cameroon, Bergeline engaged in politics at 15. Yes, and she's been fighting ever since. And she's going to tell us a little bit about it in the public, in the thematic lab. I always say, when somebody is imprisoned, when we hear somebody is arrested in Cameroon, in our movements, we say, call Bergeline. Because if you are in prison, you want this lady to be on your side. She's going to push until something happens, until something gives. That's Bergeline Domu. We are going to invite Mr. Samson Itodo. He is a Nigerian lawyer and founder of Yaga Africa. He's a change maker who has transformed youth participation in politics across Africa. And as the executive director of Yaga Africa, he led the historic Not Too Young to Run campaign. Not Too Young to Run campaign. I can tell you that I know about Not Too Young to Run, even from where I am sitting. I am also going to ask Diana Bassar to join us. She is an educator, a political leader, and advocate for women and youth in Africa. As she mentioned, she's currently serving as special advisor to the president of the Senegalese parliament, and she is part of PASTEF, as she mentioned, that organization which 24, we were like, oh wow, Senegal is doing it. They are doing it. And then I would also like to invite Elvadas Kenye, who is also of Stand Up for Cameroon. For more than 15 years, he's been committed to human rights defense and an advocate for democratic transition in Cameroon. And he trains and organizes nonviolence, resistance, and uses technology in a space that is tight to get messages across. Welcome to my panel. Please give them a big hand. And let me please mention, if you had questions from the first panel, just hold on to them. We had a strong time constraint because the professor had another engagement after us. But we are going to open up after this panel, and you can ask questions from the previous panel or from this one. So, thank you very much. And now, let me get seated so that we can start asking questions. Okay. Great. We are going to get started, and we still have a little bit of time constraint. We're running a little bit late. We have fantastic speakers who are in very high demand, and so we have to make sure that we get through with them and free them up for the other commitments that they have made. Bergeline, let me start with you. Cameroon has had the same president for 43 years. I heard somebody in the back of the van asking, how old is he? He's 92 years old. And he is a candidate for his own re-election. Sometimes people can feel like the Cameroonians have not been doing much. I know when I travel around the world, people ask me like, what are you people doing in that country, leaving somebody there for that long? But we know that's not true. So what have citizens been doing? What have unlikely actors like women been doing throughout this time?
Thank you for giving me the floor. I will be mixing French and English because Cameroon is a bilingual country. And Cameroonian women, we have Cameroonian from the Anglophone zone and Cameroonian women from the Francophone zone, who I will directly go to action women, what women are doing in Cameroon, because they are the ones showing that in a dictatorship, we can still manifesting, we can still demonstrating, we can mobilize people to act for change. This is Cameroonian women. And in 2018, at the beginning of when the Anglophone crisis, because Cameroon have a problem, bloody conflict in two regions. We have separatists who want to leave Cameroon. And in 2018, women from the two regions, from Anglophone and Francophone region, come together. These come together come from field action. Like in 2017, we were on the field in Anglophone zone, Francophone women and Anglophone women, to really know what was going on in the Anglophone area. We went there, we met the governor, we met the religious, we met the traditional ruler, and we went on the front where the crises were already at its level. Then from that visit on the field, adding with workshop, meetings, women decided to come together as mothers of the nation and stand for the nation. Then, in 2018, their first coming, the launching of Mothers of the Nation, was not in the room, was not in the hall, it was on the streets. In March 2018, they launched Mothers of the Nation by demonstrating in Yaoundé. And if you know, Yaoundé is a military area. You will not see military as here in Nigeria, but as soon you put a step saying that I'm going to demonstrate or doing something, the next minute you are in jail. So these women demonstrate in March 2018. After demonstrating, they send a letter. They wrote an open letter to the head of state, telling him, you are the one who sent your military on the field. Bring them back. You are the one who can stop the war going in the two regions. Please stop your military. So after the launching, we can be proud of Mothers of the Nation, because from that time, they are the main group who are on the field, who are on radio, who are everywhere, confronting our government. That's the Mothers of the Nation. And for it, I will quickly give some of their action on the field. Like in 2020, it was a strong year for Mothers of the Nation. First, we made a flash mob in Yaoundé. Women from 8 regions mobilized about 500 women, brought them to Yaoundé for demonstrating, saying no to election, but yes for political transition. More than 600 people in Yaoundé, and no one was arrested. It's after that the military, the policemen came on the field, but nobody still on the field, so we succeed doing it. The same year, in March also, government military killed women and children in the Northwest. They came on the TV and lied that they were not the one who killed. And women say, no, you are the one who killed. By saying it, they took the road again on demonstration, going in mosque, going in churches, going on radio, press conference. We, Mother of the Nation, were everywhere saying that you are a liar, you are the one who killed. And finally, the government say, yes, we are the one who did it. So these were one of difficult action, but strong action we did in 2020. Then in 2021, there are many actions, but I'm just taking someone. 2021, knowing that the government is supported by international institutions, we wrote to, how do we say FME in English? IMF. We wrote to IMF asking IMF, how can you be giving more than $6,000 million to this government? Explain us why are you giving them the money, knowing that how they are managing so badly. Then we have a lot of conversation with IMF, but that action really shake our government, because when you want to attack a government, attack them also on the money. So this was another hot time where you will have a lot of what we call patriots coming out. Who are they? These mothers of the nation. They cannot go and take care of their children. They are there asking for whatever. What do they do for the money? But we continue. In 2000, and the last big action we have was in 2000, this year, in September. Mothers of the nation convene again in Yaoundé, because action that we bring to change must take place in Yaoundé, who is the head of institution, so the capital city of Cameroon. Military, ministry, all of them are in Yaoundé. Is in Yaoundé that will change the story. So they convened again in September last month. More than 6 women for 9 regions of Cameroon. 600 women. Okay, sorry. They convened 600 women in Yaoundé after the meeting, they have a declaration, women declaration on the Cameroon we want, saying that we are women, we have our voices, this is what we want, and make a lot of revendication. And these are some of our action. You will ask, how are we doing this in such a context? A context when you open your mouth, you finish under the grave. When you open your mouth, you are in prison. When you are not chased from Cameroon. What? Yes.
Let me thank you. Thank you very much for those key points showing what women are doing. From the street to the IMF, women are holding the line and demanding. Yep. And I'm going to come back to you on that point of how are you doing this in this tight context. But before I do, let me go to Samson Itodo. And I am sure in Bergelin's how is going to come something about technology.
Yep.
Technology is being used both by Democrats and by autocrats. While the citizen movements are mobilizing with the use of technology, autocrats have become very sophisticated in using technology to track activists, to know what is happening, not to talk of flooding the social media with their own messages. Finally, I really ask myself this question as an activist. This technology, this social media thing, is it a net good or bad for us? Because it seems to swing in all directions. Where are we with this?
Thank you very much. First, let me thank Fixed Politics for the invitation to be part of this panel, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Now, so I've followed the discussion this morning up till this moment, and I'd say that when we think about Africa's democracy and the challenges that we face, and with the testimonial from the last session about the member from Gambia, 3 things are clear. The first one is that we as a people are refusing to accept what our political elites want us to accept as the norm. That's something that is coming out from the conversation. And one way we are doing that is using technology, because what the politicians want us to accept is that merit does not have a place and should not define how states should be governed. One thing they want us to accept is that morality and integrity has no place in politics, and therefore you can buy your way, you can rig elections, because elections are no longer an opportunity to vote. They are now an auction. They are now a marketplace. That's what they want us to believe, but we're pushing back. And the third thing they're trying to say is that young people, women, and persons with disability don't have a place in public office. And this whole "we die there" syndrome is what they want us to accept, that once you get into power, you die there. But technology has helped citizens reclaim their power. And if you go to Kenya, you clearly see how young people used social media to galvanize against a particular bill. The question isn't about the bill. It's about reclaiming power. That was just an entry point and a policy moment for Kenya. But what young people did is to reclaim their power using social media. If you come to a place like Nigeria, I think the answer is yes, even though it's 2020, perhaps just look for a very practical example in the last couple of weeks. How many of you remember that the National Assembly was considering a compulsory voting bill? That you must vote, and if you don't vote, you'll be imprisoned for 6 months, or you'll pay 100,000 naira fine. How many of us remember? That bill died a natural death. And the reason why it died a natural death was because young people and citizens spoke and campaigned vigorously against that bill on social media. So you clearly see that, yes, it is a good, no doubt. But for every good thing, there is always a downside. Yes, disinformation is one tool. I know my friends from Burkina are here, but one thing you find across Africa today is people glamorize Traoré. They celebrate Traoré. I won't be surprised if there are some folks here who also celebrate Traoré.
They already raised their hand.
You're here. Okay. You are a victim of disinformation.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of Russia propaganda that tries to present Traoré, as a demigod and one who is Pan-Africanist. And I'll give you a classic example, in case you don't know, that there are activists today who are on exile outside Burkina. Some of them are being picked from those countries where they are on exile, taken back to their countries, and the next thing they hear from their families, or their families hear from them, is their corpses. In case you don't know, I'm just telling you. We've just returned from Accra, where, yes, one of the activists from Burkina was kidnapped from Accra, and taken back to Burkina. Thank you very much. I didn't want to mention, but thanks. But he's confirming, Soleimani has confirmed that. So as you glamorize this individual and think that he's actually doing well in Burkina, I think the best solidarity that we can express is listen to people who actually come from that country and let them tell you exactly what's happening. I think the last point I will make for want of time around this issue, as we reflect about how we use technology effectively, even though some of us have been victims of internet shutdowns, there's a reason why the state continues to assault the rights of citizens using technology. Because they know it's a powerful tool that has decentralized and democratized information dissemination. Never in human history have we had access to this amount of information and data. And that is a problem for them. And they will do everything. Because if there is one way to emancipate ourselves from these shackles of oppression, it's social media and technology. They will not stop. They will continue coming for you and coming for us. And I think we have to disempower them, confuse them, and make them see that space, whether they like it or not, how we effectively use social media. And so my call to you today is rethink how you use those tools that you have, because they are very powerful tools. They are not tools for reinforcing disinformation. They are tools for asking difficult questions at the right time, addressed to the people who have a responsibility for answering those questions. But lastly, they're a tool for mobilization. So what conversations are you having on those WhatsApp groups and chats that you have? How are you leveraging your social media platforms to advance and educate people? We think that, yes, we've got this exponential growth in social media. I tell you, the level of media literacy is still very low. So please, I invite you to be an agent of media literacy and empower those who are around you and educate them on how they can use these tools effectively. Only then can we shift the balance of power in our favor.
Thank you so much. Diana Bassar, I don't know whether I should go in English or in French. You are very, very bilingual. PASTEF, as I said, particularly for us in the Africa Conference, in 2024, we had just had an Africa conference in 2023 with Senegal. They were opening up the SPPG, and then right before our very eyes, the Senegalese managed to stop a president from completely backsliding on democracy. It was really an amazing moment for Africa. And what were the key factors of your success at that time? I'm asking you as PASTEF. I know that you were not alone in doing this in in Senegal, but what were some of the key factors of your success, and who are the other key actors that played a role in being able to maintain Senegal really with, you were physically holding it on the democratic road. So how were you able to do that? Please tell us.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's really a good one. Well, I'll start in English, and then maybe I might switch to French for the other questions. I'll see. You were right when you said that in these past years, from 2021 to 2024, my country, Senegal, has really faced a major democratic backsliding when President Macky Sall was in charge. It was something that was a surprise to us because he was elected because he promised us more democracy. He promised us to fight corruption, which he didn't. So we, PASTEF, as a political party, we had to do something. And so we succeeded in how can I say it, in making Macky Sall go, because from the very beginning, we had a clear message. We told the Senegalese people that when we would be in charge, we would fight corruption. We would also launch political policies that will enhance democracy, that will bring more transparency, I think. And from the very beginning, we were the only political party that had a message which was really clear, from the beginning. And that's why people could really, that's why it had a good resonance. What we also succeeded in doing is we had a leader that is really a leader, which is not only, who is not only a Senegalese leader, but a Pan-African leader, just like Thomas Sankara was, or before him, Cheikh Anta Diop. I don't know if some of you know Cheikh Anta Diop. So all those leaders were promoting African sovereignty, and Ousmane Sonko came and he continued this message that we Africans have to believe in ourselves, that we could make it by ourselves. And this also had a good new resonance in our people. So I was saying that the Senegalese youth played also an important part to. You know what? I think I might switch to French. I'm not very confident with this. Yeah, I feel like I'll be. Yeah. I think it will be better in French. Donc pour continuer, ce que je voulais dire, c'est que notre jeunesse a aussi joué un grand rôle dans la conquête du pouvoir par PASTEF. Ce qu'on a pu faire, c'est qu'à un moment donné, toutes les libertés. Donc ce que je voulais dire, c'est qu'à un moment donné, au Sénégal, toutes les libertés étaient interdites. Donc les gens ne pouvaient pas dire ce qu'ils avaient à dire. Et ce qu'on a pu vraiment réussir avec la jeunesse de notre pays, c'est investir les réseaux sociaux. Donc les réseaux sociaux étaient devenus en quelque sorte le nouveau lieu où tous les messages, toutes les voix pouvaient être entendues. À un moment donné, le gouvernement avait fermé quelques médias. Internet aussi, à un moment donné, avait été coupé. Je suis fatiguée, j'ai pas beaucoup dormi hier. Oui, donc je disais que donc Internet a vraiment été pour nous le salut. C'est là-bas où nous avons pu trouver de nouveaux modes d'expression, où on a pu librement manifester, librement dénoncer ce que Macky Sall était en train de faire au Sénégal, notamment les arrestations d'opposants politiques, le meurtre, je dis meurtre parce que c'est des protestations, les gens qui étaient dans la rue pour protester de manière pacifique, en retour, étaient massacrés par nos forces de police. Et à un moment donné, Internet a été pour nous une vitrine où nous avons pu dénoncer tout cela. Et ça a eu une résonance aussi au niveau international parce que les gens, du coup, qui n'étaient pas au Sénégal, pouvaient sur Internet savoir réellement ce qui se passait. Parce que ce qui s'est passé au Sénégal, c'est ce qui se passe globalement dans tous les pays d'Afrique. Quand la démocratie est bafouée, ce que font les dirigeants en général, c'est couper tout ce qui est Internet, interdire les journalistes de faire leur travail, faire en sorte que ce qui se passe réellement dans le pays ne puisse pas être dénoncé, ni ne puisse pas être expliqué. Et donc Internet, nous a permis de le faire. Une autre aussi de nos forces, ça a été la diaspora. Je peux parler de la diaspora parce que moi, personnellement, je viens de la diaspora. J'ai rejoint PASTEF alors que j'étais encore en France, où je vivais à peu près depuis une vingtaine d'années. C'est en 2018 que moi, après avoir entendu le discours novateur d'Ousmane Sonko, j'ai rejoint PASTEF, j'étais encore en France. Ensuite, je me suis engagée. Assez rapidement, j'ai dirigé une cellule de PASTEF en Nouvelle-Aquitaine, qui se trouve dans le sud-ouest de la France. Ensuite, je suis rapidement devenue chef de section, parce qu'en général, quand je m'engage dans quelque chose, je prends rapidement des responsabilités. Et nous, la diaspora, ce qu'on a pu faire, donc, c'est internationaliser notre lutte contre le régime de Macky Sall. À un moment donné, au Sénégal, les gens étaient interdits de manifester. Donc, nous, dans la diaspora, où nous vivions dans des pays comme la France, les États-Unis, le Canada, où les libertés pouvaient être exercées de manière tout à fait libre. Donc nous avons pu, nous, continuer le combat, dénoncer ce qui se passait au Sénégal, expliquer aussi notre engagement, notre combat, parce qu'il y avait beaucoup de manipulations. Ceux d'entre vous qui avons suivi ce qui s'est passé au Sénégal pouvaient savoir qu'il y avait beaucoup de manipulations, notamment sur notre leader Ousmane Sonko, qui était accusé de tous les maux, alors qu'en fait, l'objectif principal, c'était de l'empêcher à se présenter aux élections présidentielles. Et il y a quelque chose que Macky Sall a fait et qui a été l'erreur fatale. En 2024, acculé de toutes parts, Macky Sall a décidé de reporter les élections présidentielles. Et ça a vraiment été fatal pour lui. Parce qu'à ce moment-là, on a eu un acteur qui est intervenu, qui a été très salutaire. C'est un acteur institutionnel, c'est la Cour constitutionnelle du Sénégal, qui à ce moment-là, contre toute attente, a joué un rôle déterminant, qui a jugé inconstitutionnel le fait que Macky Sall ait décidé de reporter l'élection. Parce que ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que des personnes sont mortes quand il a décidé, de repousser les élections. Donc là, à un moment donné, les Sénégalais n'avaient plus confiance en leur justice. Donc moi, y compris, je pensais que la Cour allait aller dans le sens de Macky Sall. Et contrairement à cela, la Cour a dit non, Macky Sall, vous ne pouvez pas faire ça, c'est anticonstitutionnel. Donc ça a été pour nous une bouffée démocratique. Donc la Cour, en tant qu'institution législative, a joué vraiment un rôle déterminant dans notre victoire. Autre chose aussi que je voulais dire, donc je voulais aussi parler de la force de la diaspora. Notre diaspora, nous, au Sénégal, elle vote depuis de nombreuses années. Donc, elle peut donner sa voix lors des élections au Sénégal, que ce soit les élections présidentielles ou les élections législatives. J'en parle parce que je sais que Fix Politics a initié une pétition qui voudrait qu'au Nigeria aussi, la diaspora puisse voter aux élections. Et je voudrais dire que c'est une chose extrêmement importante et qu'il faut se battre pour cela, parce que nous, au Sénégal, nous votons la diaspora depuis de nombreuses années et ça nous a permis d'être une force politique incontournable, de pouvoir user de nos voix pour agir sur le jeu démocratique et choisir nos dirigeants. Et je pense que c'est extrêmement important.
Merci.
Donc voilà ce que je voulais dire.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you for those key points. We see several factors at play. One is that the Constitutional Council that had worked with Macky Sall for many years, and everybody was expecting them to go in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
They went in the right direction, in the direction of the law. That's a key factor. And then you have corroborated what Samson Itobo said about the force of technology, the ability to use social media as an outlet to get around autocratic practices. And then finally, the diaspora being a political force. So, Elvadas Kenye, I'm going to go to you on Cameroon. When we say electoral autocracy, can elections when we came in here, we have elections in Cameroon in 11 days, by the way, presidential elections. And several people asked me, are you running? Are you running? And I said, I'm not doing an exercise in futility. But I want to know, because for most people, that's how you get rid of a president you don't like. You go to elections, and why is this not the case in electoral autocracy?
Ok, merci pour cette question. Bonsoir une fois de plus. Le Cameroun est un très bon exemple d'autocratie électorale, parce qu'il faut dire que l'autocratie électorale, c'est ce système de gouvernance-là qui permet à une dictature en place de pouvoir, à travers les élections, légitimer son pouvoir. Et le Cameroun est une autocratie électorale depuis 65 ans aujourd'hui. Parce qu'il faut dire que si le président actuel a 43 ans au pouvoir, ça fait 65 ans, c'est-à-dire depuis avant l'indépendance du Cameroun, nous étions déjà dans une autocratie électorale avec un pouvoir, un régime qui organisait les élections et qui gagnait à chaque fois. Et l'autocratie électorale également, c'est l'ancien modèle du parti unique, parce qu'il faut dire que lorsque le régime en place aujourd'hui est arrivé au pouvoir, ils ont supprimé le multipartisme et ils ont permis à ce qu'il y ait un seul parti. Malgré les luttes qu'il y a eu en 1990 au Cameroun pour permettre un retour au multipartisme, ça fait quand même 35 ans et le même parti continue à être au pouvoir, le même régime continue à être au pouvoir. Donc c'est dit que l'autocratie électorale est une réalité pour nous au Cameroun et il faut absolument innover pour pouvoir venir à bout de cette autocratie-là. Parce que, oui, nous sommes engagés en politique, nous sommes conscients de cela, nous sommes conscients de ce que ce régime en place n'est pas seulement une dictature, c'est une dictature qui est assez forte, qui utilise tous les moyens pour légitimer son pouvoir, qui organise les élections vraiment de façon périodique. les élections municipales, les élections législatives, les élections régionales, les élections présidentielles, à chaque date, à chaque période, mais continue de gagner ces élections-là. Donc il faut innover, et dans cette innovation-là, nous utilisons la technologie. Nous pensons qu'il faut utiliser la technologie pour pouvoir venir à bout de cette autocratie-là. Par exemple, moi, je me suis inscrit pour la première fois sur Facebook parce que j'ai vu nos camarades, nos jeunes frères de l'Égypte et de la Tunisie utiliser Facebook pour mobiliser. Il est important de savoir que dans ce que nous faisons, et je suis très content de parler après que notre expert ait développé un peu. Il est important de savoir que si nous ne pouvons pas nous exprimer dans une autocratie, comme c'est le cas au Cameroun et comme dans beaucoup de pays d'Afrique, les réseaux sociaux sont le moyen par lequel nous pouvons nous exprimer, nous pouvons mobiliser. Il est important de savoir que si nous sommes censurés sur les médias traditionnels, les médias publics et même les médias privés au Cameroun, parce qu'au Cameroun, même s'il y a des médias privés, ils sont très censurés. Il y a le Conseil national de la communication qui est un gendarme qui dit qui doit parler ou pas. Pour faire un exemple de démocratie électorale également, il faut dire que le CNC, le gendarme de la communication au Cameroun, a interdit en pleine campagne électorale, en pleine campagne pour les présidentielles, a interdit tout débat politique au Cameroun sur les médias. Donc, il ne reste plus que les réseaux sociaux, les comptes sur Facebook, sur YouTube, sur TikTok même, sur Twitter, pour pouvoir s'exprimer, pour pouvoir mobiliser, pour pouvoir sensibiliser et pour pouvoir agir positivement pour que les jeunes, pour que l'opinion puisse être au courant de ce qui se passe. Je crois par exemple qu'au Sénégal, comme on l'a vu, si le Conseil constitutionnel a également été du bon côté de l'histoire, c'est également grâce à la mobilisation sur les réseaux sociaux qui ont alerté l'opinion et qui ont mobilisé l'opinion en faveur du respect de la Constitution, du respect des droits. Donc il est important que les acteurs politiques, les activistes, sachent que il faut utiliser la technologie pour également influencer l'opinion, pour que l'opinion soit favorable à notre lutte. Parce que si l'opinion est favorable à notre lutte, on peut facilement la mobiliser et on peut facilement obtenir des victoires. Donc nous pensons qu'il faut absolument utiliser les moyens technologiques, la technologie numérique, pour mobiliser, pour sensibiliser de façon positive et pour pouvoir venir à bout de l'autocratie électorale, comme c'est le cas au Cameroun. Ça fait plusieurs années que nous luttons pour ça et nous espérons que progressivement, en mobilisant un peu plus, nous parviendrons à renverser la tendance de cette autocratie au Cameroun.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Samson Itodo, so I think there's agreement across this panel. Technology is a tool. People are demonstrating and giving us how it is a tool. But what do people who are building African democracies need to do? What do they need to continue doing? And maybe what do they need to stop doing and start doing with technology? Because as we've said, it's a tool. And I think one thing we've not said enough is that the autocrats are also using it. And sometimes they are doing so very effectively. The case of Burkina Faso that you mentioned is probably I'm sure we will study that case in textbooks in years to come because there is an outstanding flooding of social media with propaganda on Ibrahim Traoré. And I am amazed at how he has garnered such a following that, you know, there was this one about him having paid off the debt. That Burkina Faso has paid off all its debt. You know, the first time I read it, I questioned myself. I said, Burkina has paid off all its debt and you don't know about it and you're reading about it on Twitter? What? So I went straight to Google. I went to IMF, Burkina Faso. The guys had just signed a debt agreement like 10 days before. And I was like, what on earth is going on? But the interesting thing that I found was this came on my Twitter feed, and it had been retweeted by thousands of people. And when I tweeted, I think you should Google, that's all I said. I didn't say it was right or wrong. I said, I think you should Google Burkina and IMF and check the facts. I was insulted that day till people said, these are the agents of the West. You people, da, 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 da. And so it's not only that they use misinformation, but they have been effective in creating followers who are not willing to hear or look at other sources of information. So we who are fighting back, what should we be doing? That's the question.
Thank you very much. So earlier I said that if you glamorize Traore today and you're in this room, you are a victim of disinformation. And when you're a victim of rights violation, what do? You push back, right? You fight to defend your rights. I think that at a micro level, one of the things that we have to do is to invest in media literacy. And I made this point earlier. And what I simply mean is we need to invest in orienting, in enlightening people how to decipher, or filter information. Even though we talk about Traore, I think the biggest disinformation that we have in the space is that puts us against each other, especially on the platforms that we use often. It's the one that, instigates this identity crisis that we have, which is a dominant feature of our political space. So we need to invest in media literacy. The second point, for those of us who cherish and promote democracy, is we need to be invested in pre-bunking and debunking fake news and information. Because that's where it starts from. It starts from when you receive an information, take 2 steps backward and ask yourself, is this authentic? Is this real? Because what these purveyors of this information do is they use affective language. They attack your emotions and make it so difficult for you to resist. And they also play on some of those fault lines that always pushes us to act. So don't think these things are accidental. They are deliberate. They've hacked our minds so much that they know what we can respond to. And so we need to know that those we're dealing with are people who know us better than we know ourselves. And therefore, we have to be circumspect on how we respond to disinformation. The third point is we need to hold platforms accountable. It's the X's of this, it's the X of this world, the Metas of this world, and the Googles. The top 5 big tech companies are companies that are not owned by any African. And so when you think about the data that you have on your phones, those data really don't belong to you. You don't have control over the data that you have on your phones. And so we need to be conscious of the fact that this is also a space for geopolitics and power tussle between nations. Therefore, can we invest in promoting Africa's technology, or technology that is produced by Africans? Today we talk about M-Pesa in Kenya. That's done and revolutionized, whether it's financial transaction, e-commerce, to a large extent even political mobilization. If you have someone in Africa, a techie or a software developer in Africa that has produced something, can we at least patronize those tools, those products that they produce? Because if we don't, this whole sovereignty that we want to assert will be nothing but a mirage. And I can't end without talking about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is built on 3 pillars. The first one is data. The second is algorithms. And the third one is computing power. When you look across, we need a very strong and robust digital infrastructure to power the kind of artificial intelligence that we need to accelerate different aspects of our life. When you look at the infrastructure on the continent, we are far behind compared to the other nations. This is why what the likes of Strife, Masiawa are doing in building those infrastructure is something that we need to encourage. But we've got to assert ourselves, as a continent by not just producing, but promoting AI tools that are developed by Africans. And it does provide a huge opportunity. And I think it's a space that we need to capitalize on. And lastly, when you think about democracy, how many of you believe in electronic voting? How many of you want electronic voting? Okay, how many of you prefer we continue to vote manually? Okay, just a few. I would say that we need to automate our electoral processes to the extent that they don't eliminate the manual processes, because technologies have their vulnerabilities. And I tell you, most of the technologies we use on the continent for our elections are not produced in Africa. Venezuela, Brazil, and China. And so we need to be careful as we clamor for these technological tools so that we don't end up with what Raila Odinga says. We end up with computer-generated leaders, but we end up with leaders that are a reflection of the will and aspiration of people. So think about it, technology is not a solution, it's nothing but a means to an end. It is not the end itself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Samson, for those points. And Samson is going to have to leave at any moment. So if you see him slipping off, it's not that he's running away. It is that he had a previous engagement that he notified us about. Samson, your comment, I'm going back to you, Elvadas, because based on what Samson has just said, I know that you have been doing work on Cameroon's electoral register, which is online, which is biometric. And when I remember advocating for a biometric registration system. I was an activist for that. And it has not solved our problem. Far from that. What are you doing in terms of the work with the electoral register? What have you found? And how is that impacting the election?
Okay, thank you. Il faut dire que au Cameroun, d'après la loi, les inscriptions sur la liste électorale doivent constituer un fichier électoral qui est fait par ELECAM, Elections Cameroun, l'organe qui est en charge de l'organisation des élections. Et le fichier électoral qui est produit par ELECAM doit être rendu public, doit être mis à disposition de la population. Mais seulement au Cameroun, comme on l'a vu, étant dans une autocratie électorale, ce fichier électoral n'est pas rendu public. Donc du coup, que ce soit les partis d'opposition, les organisations de la société civile, les populations, les inscrits, ne peuvent pas savoir combien de personnes sont inscrites, où est-ce que ces personnes sont inscrites, etc. Ce qui fait que, face à cette situation, en tant qu'organisation Stand Up for Cameroun, nous nous sommes dit, OK, nous n'allons pas rester les bras croisés parce que nous pensons que ce fichier électoral est un outil majeur pour permettre de savoir non seulement quels sont ceux qui prennent part à ces élections, mais également à quoi est-ce que les résultats, comment est-ce que on peut, à partir de ce fichier-là, avoir des élections transparentes. Il faut dire qu'au Cameroun, on s'inscrit de façon biométrique, mais le jour des élections, l'ordinateur, tout disparaît. Donc, on rentre à l'élection manuelle. On utilise les jets d'encre et tout ça, donc ça devient tout un tas de problèmes. n'allez pas me demander pourquoi, mais c'est ce qui se passe au Cameroun. Peut-être la raison des 65 ans du régime actuel. Donc, avec le fichier électoral qui est resté secret, avec toutes les pressions que nous avons faites à Elecam, tout ce que Elecam a pu faire, c'est de mettre ce fichier sur Internet. Alors, après avoir mis ce fichier sur Internet, il faut dire que quand nous avons consulté ce fichier, nous avons commencé à consulter, nous nous sommes rendus compte d'une chose, et c'est ce que le précédent panéliste disait, les données personnelles des Camerounais étaient exposées. Et ça représente une mine importante pour les grandes firmes internationales et tout cela, pour avoir les informations, les données personnelles des populations. Donc, nous avons dénoncé cette situation, nous avons dénoncé un site Internet qui n'était pas sécurisé, et l'institution Elecam a donc retiré ce site et essayer de le sécuriser et remettre le site en fonction. Donc, nous avons donc pu, à travers la technologie, décrypter le numéro des inscriptions, et en scannant donc ces inscriptions, inscription après inscription, nous nous sommes rendus compte de ce que dans le fichier qui nous est produit par notre organe en charge de l'organisation des élections, il y a énormément de mineurs. Et quand on parle de mineurs, on ne parle pas des mineurs de 19 ans, parce qu'au Cameroun, il faut avoir 20 ans pour voter. Si tu n'as pas 20 ans, tu ne peux pas voter. Bon. À côté aussi, à 18 ans, tu peux déjà aller en guerre et tout ça, te faire tuer, mais tu ne peux pas choisir ton président. Mais dans le fichier, nous avons rencontré des enfants de 6 ans, des enfants de 7 ans. Lorsque vous voyez des photos, on dirait qu'on les a pris dans une cour de récréation à la pause de l'école, et on a fait des photos. Donc, ces images sont sur le site actuel d'Elecam. Nous ne sommes pas dans un procès du Cameroun. Je vous aurais présenté des images. C'est à tomber des nues lorsque vous voyez ce type d'irrégularité. Vous avez des personnes décédées, des personnes qui sont décédées depuis des années, des personnes qui sont même dans l'organisation des élections, c'est-à-dire des personnes en charge dans le Conseil constitutionnel, qui sont décédées il y a des années, mais qui sont toujours dans le fichier électoral, alors que l'organe en charge fait des nettoyages, des toilettages de ce fichier-là, mais des personnes décédées en milliers continuent dans ce fichier. Nous avons également découvert que dans le fichier électoral, il faut avoir sa photo normalement et tout ça, mais depuis quelque temps, nous constatons en centaines de milliers les personnes sans photo. Et lorsque vous avez des personnes sans photo, ce que ça induit, c'est que pendant les élections, on ne l'a pas beaucoup dit, l'un des moyens par lequel une autocratie se maintient au pouvoir, c'est la corruption. Donc, ils vont payer des gens pour voter, et s'il n'y a pas de photo, une personne peut voter 3, 4, 5 fois. Donc, autant que la personne peut se déplacer de bureau de vote en bureau de vote, cette personne peut voter. Donc, en l'absence de photos sur le fichier électoral, on est certain qu'on aura une élection présidentielle qui ne va pas être transparente et qui ne va pas refléter la volonté des populations. Et pour ce qui est de ce fichier électoral, nous nous sommes rendus compte finalement que, au vu des irrégularités et des personnes qui ne devraient pas se trouver dans ce fichier électoral, nous avons un fichier qui, en le toilettant, nous aurons un effectif qui ne pourra pas permettre à une élection d'être crédible. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle Elecam, l'organe en charge des élections au Cameroun, ne rend pas ce fichier public. Parce que s'il rend ce fichier public, on va tout de suite se dire que non. Avec une population de 30 à 40 millions de Camerounais, on ne peut pas avoir 3 millions de personnes qui choisissent un président. Donc vous voyez, à travers la technologie, donc, nous avons pu faire savoir aux Camerounais, faire savoir à l'opinion que ce qui se prépare pour le 12 octobre, dans 10 jours, c'est une grosse mascarade et va permettre de perpétuer cette autocratie électorale que nous avons au Cameroun pendant longtemps. Donc, il est important d'utiliser les moyens que nous avons à disposition, les réseaux sociaux et autres, mais c'est également important pour nos mouvements à travers l'Afrique de recruter des personnes qui ont la compétence, qui le vendent ailleurs dans les pays étrangers, pour que ces personnes nous aident. Donc pour notre cas, ce n'est pas sur les réseaux sociaux, mais nous utilisons la technologie pour décrypter la fraude en préparation et nous rentrons sur les réseaux sociaux pour mettre cela en opinion et pour prendre l'opinion publique à témoin de ce qui se prépare le 12 de ce mois, donc dans 10 jours.
Merci, Elvadas. Je vais... oui, I'm sorry for cutting Elvadas. I want to summarize a little bit because what he's talking about is so important. So beyond social media, which we have said is helpful for mobilizing and so on, what he and other members of the team who are software engineers, so he was making the point that beyond social media, recruit into your movements software engineers because they have managed to get into the electoral register in Cameroon, and where they found minors, 6 years old, 8 years old, who are registered. They found deceased persons who have been deceased for years who are registered. They found hundreds of thousands of registered voters with no picture. This is a biometric registration system. Why are there no pictures? And what is going to happen on election day with those voters who have no picture? So he's saying that technology, you use it to be able to, you have to remember that the fraud on the other side is systemic. It's not just we are talking, people have built systems for fraud. So if you don't have people on your team who can analyze those systems and figure out what is actually going wrong, then you have difficulty informing the population precisely to tell the population that this and this and this is what is wrong with your electoral register. So in their estimation, Cameroon is a population of 30 million people. Normally, we should have about 14 to 15 million voters. The electoral body is claiming that 8 million people are registered. But when they analyze with all of these anomalies, they are saying, really, we have somewhere between 3 to 4 million voters. So that is the voting body that is going to choose the president, which already renders your election useless. So technology for communication, technology for analysis, and you have to have, beyond the communicators, you also have to have some specialists who can help you to get into these systems. So what I'm going to do before I come back to all of you for a final round is open up a little bit to the audience. You've heard a lot. We've talked from the legitimizing democracy panel to this panel about innovating, using technology, women coming in, doing, I don't know if you understood what she meant by a flash mob. This is, you come in, you hold your demonstration, and you disappear before the police arrives. So you have the elements to communicate, to mobilize with, but nobody goes to jail. So, you know, these are activists finding their way around very tough, tight systems. Questions, comments, what thoughts is this provoking? Can I get help to get a microphone in the audience, please? Okay, just check and make sure those mics are working. The gentleman here in the middle was the first person to put up his hand, right here. I hope our mics are working. These other mics, okay, great. Here, excuse me, right here, the gentleman in the middle. He was the very first person to put up his hand. I see your hands, I'm coming to you, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Gospel Precious. Brilliant conversation so far. The one that, mine is a comment, not the question. The one that interests me so much was the angle the lady from Senegal, Pastef, said.
Yes.
And she talked about the role of their diaspora played when the people in the country could no longer demonstrate as they wish, the people in the diaspora played the role, and that was because they were also having diaspora voting.
Voting, yes.
So the people in the diaspora had a role to play. So as a Nigerian, I think this is the part that interests me a lot, that I hope that Nigerians can push, because we have a lot of our people jackpying. So I have a lot of people in diaspora, people that are very wealthy, people that bring something to the people at home, so they can, easily communicate to their people and say, look, this is where I think we should go. They vote on their end, they apply the pressure from their end, and the people at home can also join them to see how we can get things going. Thank you very much. Very great example from Senegal.
Thank you. Great. Ma'am, right here, the lady in the coat. Yes, I see you in the back. Hey, we got to move that mic quicker. Come on, let's go. African youth.
Thank you very much. My name is...
Please keep your interventions very short, because there's a lot of people who want to talk.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Iweze Rose. I work for an NGO called Environmental Management. My concern is that, the first panel, they spoke about how the tradition, the democratic tradition we had, that we supposed to have maintained it. What happened? Because all of us were there. They were all there. And then from abroad, they came with their own system.
Yes.
And then they now kind of colonized us and then brought their own system. And the way we bought them. Now, what is wrong? And I like the example that the last panelist, the man from...
The professor.
Professor
Jibrin.
Yeah. Professor Jibrin, thank you so much. He said that there are systems in Yoruba land, and I think it's also mentioned by the chairman in Igbo land, that when there's a problem, we have systems that sort them out. And then when somebody was found guilty, there's a system that will sort that one out as well.
Yeah.
And then all of us now transited to the democratic ruling. And then all those values just eroded.
Okay.
So my concern now is that, is there any way we can begin to get all those involved? Even we're having a constitutional review right away. Is it possible? I don't know whether it's late or not. Is it possible to bring those values back to the system? So
Thank
that
you.
we even see where we can get to there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me go. Is there another mic on this side? Is there somebody else with a mic on this side, please? Yes, the two gentlemen there, one right after the other.
My name is Kiso Simon. That was a good conversation. My question is to the first panelist, and I want to trace back a little. They just concluded UN. There are two African presidents, Kenyan president, William Ruto, and Ghanaian president. Talk about African having a table on the UN.
Yes.
And based on what Prof and the first speaker said, this problem of leadership runs across African continent. One country alone cannot sort out this, because there must be that collective voice to cut across where this can be solved.
Yes.
When elections are taking place, to see UN coming into Nigeria, see ECOWAS coming to Nigeria, yet we have rigged election. How can we sort out this? How can an African continent, one continent, to deliberate on certain issue on how to handle legitimacy and electoral process in African continent? Thank you.
How can we have one voice?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Next question.
Thanks to everyone. My name is Adibayo. I actually want to commend the honorable member from the country that talks about the government. Our own senator here, they are so ashamed of themselves. They are fighting over seats. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is, it's not even our government that are the problem. We, the citizens, are the problem. I'll
In
cite
1
example.
minute, yeah?
Okay, I'll use Nigeria as an example. We have the 3 tribes, the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausas. That's our key problem. Let's talk about it. Let's use NSAS for time. The 2020, the Hausas says they cannot participate because they are not concerned about it. They left the Yoruba and the Igbos to the struggle. That's how we failed.
Okay.
We are not collectively speaking with one voice.
Okay. Got you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the internal divisions instead of speaking with one voice. I'm going to take 2 more before I come to my panel to react a little bit, okay? I know it's like, wow, how do I do this there here? Well, I'm just going to the white agbada in the middle there because just because it's standing out to me. You were right to wear the white today. Yes, and then there's a lady beside you, so I'm going there. Yeah.
A wonderful conversation. I'm going to speak as a politician that I am.
Okay.
And the theme, Fix Politics, is what attracted my attention to cancel a lot of my schedule so that I will be here today.
Okay.
And what happened, I also drive a lot of energy from what happened in the UN, where I saw our African leaders also wanting to fix politics at the global stage.
Yes.
It means the fix is now a mantra that will resonate globally, regionally, sub-regionally, and then down to our local settings. It means if we are going to fix it, first of all, we are all in acceptance that it has damaged seriously.
Yes.
Why fix it when it is good?
Yes.
Why
Your
fix,
question
why fix,
or
yes.
comment?
My comment is, at the center of fix is the voter, because he makes up the system at the end. As a politician that I am, navigating with difficulty, always finding it difficult to educate the voter on his role and what he is voting for and what he should expect after voting. I think that is where fix should go to.
Okay.
Let's, maybe in our next session, discuss critically how to fix the voter, because he is the one to fix the system, because he produces the politicians that will go harsh by defining somehow we are stupid because the voter is an idiot.
Okay.
So if we can't fix the voter, then we cannot fix the system.
Okay. Thank you. All right. The lady right next to you, she's right there. Yeah. She has the final point. Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving me the final point. My name is Bukola. I work as African Liberty Program Associate, a student for Liberty. And my question is to the first panel section, specifically to the Honorable. I mean, I can imagine the disappointment that everyone involved in 2016 faced and the withdrawal from participating even in good governance in Gambia. My question is, do you think there was a point where African regional bodies could have done something to stabilize the system in Gambia? And also, maybe a follow-up question of generally looking at democracy in Africa. Do you think there's a role that African regional bodies, that is African Union and also ECOWAS, should be playing, and what it should be actually? Because sincerely, it's like they are very silent and we are just there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to hopefully be able to get to a second round of questions, so hold on. But let me take, we had a lot of comments. There's one, the regional question I'm coming to. There were two people talking at regional level. But the question about internal divisions. None of us have water, but we are fighting Yoruba versus Hausa as if there was somebody in between who had water. And I think it's the same question as educating the voter. How do we educate voters so that they don't get swayed by money? They get their votes bought, so they don't get swayed by ethnic issues. Let me come to the panel. We have Senegal that has managed to educate its voters enough to bring change. And we have Cameroon that is struggling to educate the voters. What comments do you have? Let me start with Jennifer Sarr.
Ok, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Juste avant de répondre à la question, j'aimerais prendre juste rapidement, réparer quelque chose. J'ai fait tout à l'heure une grave omission impardonnable. Je n'ai pas parlé de la société civile, qui vraiment a joué un rôle prépondérant dans la préservation de la démocratie, et elle est très bien représentée dans la salle aujourd'hui. Donc juste faire amende honorable.
Ils vous ont fait le mauvais œil, hein?
Ok. C'était très important de le dire. Parce qu'au Sénégal, ils sont très actifs, la société civile.
Janaba just said she forgot to mention civil society and the important role they played in preserving democracy, and they are very represented here today, so she wanted to acknowledge them. Yes.
Oui. Et donc, pour répondre à la question concernant ceux qui votent, donc qui choisissent les leaders,
oui.
Moi, ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est que dans nos gouvernants en Afrique, donc on fait tout pour que celui qui vote ne joue pas son rôle. Nous, on a décidé de conduire de nouvelles politiques qui vont permettre à ceux qui votent d'exercer ce droit constitutionnel de manière plus libre. Nous avons un projet qui est celui de rendre la carte de vote automatique, l'obtention de la carte. Ça se fait dans tous les pays développés. Dès lors qu'on atteint la majorité et qu'on doit voter, le gouvernement ne doit pas attendre que les citoyens se déplacent pour obtenir la carte. Ça peut être automatique et c'est un processus digital. Dès que la personne a le droit de voter, on lui donne sa carte. Après, c'est la personne, bien sûr, qui décide si elle vote ou pas, mais au moins, elle obtient sa carte. Oui. Autre chose aussi, on peut mettre en place tous les projets dont je parle. Le gouvernement est en train de réfléchir là-dessus. On peut mettre en place aussi une plateforme, je pense que ça existe en Nigeria, une plateforme où l'enrôlement pour le vote peut être fait de manière contenue. Et aussi, au Sénégal, nos gouvernements, ce qu'ils faisaient aussi, c'est avant chaque élection, on essaie de manipuler le fichier électoral pour essayer de gonfler les zones où le gouvernement est sûr de gagner. Donc nous, ce qu'on a décidé, c'est que déjà, depuis qu'on est en place, on a déjà ouvert 3 sessions d'inscription au vote. Et c'est quelque chose qui, dans un processus démocratique, doit être fait de manière régulière et contenue. C'est dans la loi, je n'invente rien. C'est juste qu'on ne le faisait pas. Aussi, il y a une éducation à faire au niveau des... Je pense qu'un intervenant l'a dit. Il faut qu'on éduque aussi les personnes qui votent, qu'on leur fasse comprendre que la politique, ça régit toutes les décisions qui sont prises. Si le prix du pain augmente, c'est parce que les leaders politiques, ceux qui sont en charge, ne font pas ce qu'ils font. Donc tout est politique. C'est ce que je dis souvent à mes amis qui disent « Non, moi je ne fais pas de la politique, ça ne me concerne pas ». Je leur dis « Ça te concerne parce que le prix du bus, le prix du pain, tout ça, c'est des décisions politiques. Voilà. Donc il faut s'engager, il faut que les populations comprennent qu'ils peuvent changer les choses s'ils comprennent leurs droits et s'ils sont mieux éduqués à cela. »
D'accord. Merci. Thank you. So Senegal is innovating. PASSEF is innovating with regard to continuous voter registration, and also they have a project to make your voter's card automatic. If you have citizens, they become a voting age, they should automatically get a voter's card rather than, right? Yeah. You know, so we have to follow up with them on that and make sure that they actually do it. Bergeline, these women that you got out, Francophone women going to the Anglophone region, women coming to demonstrate in Yaoundé, what kind of education, what kind of training did you do to get them out?
This time I will go in French. And when describing our action, I think I forgot one of the great actions, and I would say innovative action que nous menons. C'est les visites inopinées aux responsables politiques, aux ministres, aux décideurs. C'est-à-dire que les maires de la nation, sans prendre visite, sans rendez-vous aucun, atterrissent dans un des ministères décisifs, ce n'est pas n'importe quel ministère parce qu'il y a un travail qui est fait avant. Elles vont, par exemple, débarquer chez le ministre des Forces armées et dire « nous, on veut le rencontrer ». Toute discussion ne tourne que nous, on veut le rencontrer. On fait du bruit au point où le ministre est informé qu'il y a des mamans, parce qu'il faut le dire, c'est des mamans, les grands-mères, les mères qui sont là, elles veulent te rencontrer et finalement, ils nous reçoivent. Dans ce sens, ça, c'est l'une des actions que je peux appeler innovatives qui nous aident vraiment parce qu'en ce moment, on a des interlocuteurs à qui on présente directement nos problèmes. On leur dit ce que vous faites n'est pas bien, voici ce que vous devrez faire. Sinon, vous partez. Ça, c'est l'une des actions phares des Mothers of the Nation que j'adore le plus. Parce que là, c'est real confrontation, vraiment la confrontation directe, et on pose les problèmes. Donc, il y a ça que je n'avais pas dit. Si nous parvenons à faire ça, si nous parvenons à faire ces actions dans ce contexte si difficile, politiquement, sur le plan de la liberté, que financièrement, c'est parce qu'on aime le Cameroun, comme j'ai dit, on aime profondément le Cameroun. Nous sommes des femmes, on comprend très bien les problèmes qui sont... Parce que nous sommes en charge, ces problèmes retombent sur nous et nous devons agir pour que ça finisse. Donc, on a fait un travail préalable. In English, they say, we do our... On a fait notre travail, on a utilisé notre adversaire, dont le gouvernement, on a identifié les piliers, on a identifié les faucons, les colombes, les failles, etc. Et c'est à partir de là qu'on a bâti notre stratégie. Et une fois que la stratégie est bâtie, on va dans les formations. C'est très important, les formations. Parce que mettre les gens dans les rues, sortir comme nous le faisons, si on n'a pas suivi des formations telles que la non-violence, comment manifester, comment contrecarrer les agents provocateurs, très vite, on va être débordé, soit on va se faire arrêter très rapidement. Et quand on est même arrêté, si vous n'êtes pas formé, vous mobiliser pour la liberté, pour libérer ceux qui ont été arrêtés, sera hyper difficile. Donc, il y a la formation qui est essentielle au mouvement. En plus de la formation, il y a la mise en commun des luttes. C'est-à-dire que pendant que les Mothers of the Nation sont en action, elles vont identifier d'autres groupes qui sont en action aussi, et on va fusionner ensemble pour agir. Ce qui fait qu'on a une grosse masse de personnes qui débarquent.
Merci.
J'insiste pour avoir encore...
30 secondes.
Il est important de signaler ici qu'il faut mobiliser les ressources. Il faut avoir les ressources financières, les ressources humaines. Comme vous avez dit tout à l'heure, parlant d'Internet, il faut des ingénieurs, il faut des stratèges, il faut des personnes qui savent analyser, etc. Nous, on a besoin de ça. Et surtout, la collaboration avec d'autres personnes dans d'autres pays qui luttent, qui ont eu des succès. Important de corporations. On a besoin des avocats. On a besoin des médecins. On a besoin des enseignants. On a besoin des journalistes parce que il faut relayer. Quand on a arrêté, il faut que directement un journaliste soit en train d'être informé, un avocat soit en train d'aller
vers ces personnes.
Ce n'est qu'avec ça qu'on parvient à agir, être sur le terrain.
Thank you very much, Bergeline. So what we heard there, yes. Yes, so what we heard there is that training. No, the first thing she said, which I thought was very important, analysis. Yes. You cannot go up against an autocracy without understanding where are its pillars, who is who, where is there a crack that you can go through. Because she was saying one of their actions that they carry out is that they do disruptive appearances in ministries and demand to see the minister. And because they are women, and in their group there are a lot of older women, a group of 30, 40, 50 older women showing up in the ministry and demanding to see the Minister of Defense, the Minister of the Interior, and so on. The minister ends up feeling very uncomfortable and like, okay, let me receive these women. And this is a very good opportunity to discuss face to face. But she said to do that, you have to have done your analysis, you have to have done your training, and she also talked about building partnerships with other organizations that are moving. And finally, she talked about what we're doing here in Africa Conference, being in touch with other movements in other countries who are more experienced than you are. So she was acknowledging Yanama and Ballet Citoyen, who have all given good training to stand up for Cameroon. So it's important to mobilize across borders. And she talked about the importance of mobilizing also your resources, financial resources, because you have to transport people, you have to, if you want t-shirts, they have to be in t-shirts, and so on, but also human resources to keep them, to be able to do all of this work. There are people online. There are people online. Hello, people online. Hello. Hello, people online. Thank you so much for being there. Thank you so much for joining us from wherever it is you are connecting from today. There is a question online. So please, let's take that question online. Is the person going to take the floor? Oh,
the question is on screen?
Okay, great.
Right.
Wow.
No one has said anything about geopolitics, the invisible, powerful forces in the Western countries that give backing and support to bad leadership in African countries. How do we mitigate against their manipulations? Fantastic question. I want to keep that question. I want to try to answer the regional question. We've answered the voter education question to some degree. Honorable Judge, the question was actually to you, to find out whether in the case of Gambia, we should have had more support, they got pretty good support from ECOWAS, eh? I always tell people that Yaya Jammeh finally went when the troops, Nigerian troops, by the way, yeah, Nigerian troops and Senegalese troops entered Banjul.
Yes.
Yeah, he was kind of trying to stay, so they got good support. But people are wondering whether the AU and ECOWAS could be of further support to help Gambia right now. Let me.
Thank you so much. I think I would send a question back. Was it Senegal or was it Macky Sall trying to ensure that Jammeh leaves, because Jammeh was also a headache to Sall? Or was it actually ECOWAS trying to enforce the rule of law? I think the first one, Macky wanted Jammeh out, like we all did. Is ECOWAS effective? Is the AU doing what it's supposed to do?
No.
I think, I said it before, ECOWAS is a gentleman's club, headed by the head of authorities, whatever it is called, in rotation, trying to entrench themselves in power. And I think as a former member of the ECOWAS Parliament, I'm conscious and I'm aware of what they do. We've intervened in Senegal many a times. And are they doing what they're supposed to do? I think that was the question. I would say a big no. They are protecting themselves. If we look at the trend, the chairs of ECOWAS are given to presidents that are, most of them heading towards elections. And how can you be your judge and the jury at the same time? Is AU doing the right thing? AU is dependent on the mercies of the presidents. So how can they be the judge and the jury again? So I think we need, somebody said we need to we need to teach voters how to fix it. And I think that is the way forward. We have a youthful population in Africa. I think we need to bring them up properly to move away from a broken system. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it I think it's important to note that, and if you a very good element for SPPG students and so on, go and read the African Union charters. We have beautiful charters. The AU, you know, don't forget that, as Honorable has said, it's a club. And it's a club of who? It's a club of our heads of states. So the AU is only as good as our heads of states are. And we know how they are. Right? So you're not going to you know, take a rotten tomato and a rotten tomato and then get a good tomato. Right? It's just a club of rotten tomatoes. So this is part of the problem, because when you read the charters, there's nothing more to be written or said. The charters are beautiful. The AU Charter on Democracy, Good Governance, and Human Rights, fantastic. The AU Charter on the people's rights, fantastic. We have so many charters. The problem is in the implementation. And that is where we have a lot of difficulty. I'm going to go for my last round of questions because we need to go to lunch. So, of course, I must take the guy. You know, he stood up. Are you people getting lessons? This one wore white agada. This other one, he stood up. You have to find a way to make yourself stand out in the crowd. I'm definitely taking the woman with the veil. Her hand had been up since last time. Okay. So please give him already the mic. The gentleman in burgundy over there, he stood up. Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's take those three. Please keep it short and sweet.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Abu Jonathan is my name, and in this capacity, I'm representing Africa Innovating and Governance. So today, we have listened to beautiful presentations by the professor and the honorable minister, honorable that spoke. And I'm trying to marry with what the technology people are saying, how we can salvage Africa from the current situation that we find ourselves. And I see that we are in a period of, permit me to use this word, revolution, but not revolution by taking arms, but a revolution that is set for us to activate and take advantage of. And Itodo said it all. I have done my little research and I've gotten some data, and I've seen that for us to take advantage and take leadership of Africa and save Africa, we must use the current generation of the youths that we have.
Okay.
And how can we activate these youth?
In 1 minute?
Is for us to begin to stand on the shoulders of people that believe in reviving Africa. And that is where we find SPPG and Fist Politics. And we're going to do something about it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Yes, just hand the mic this way. Yes, the lady, yeah. The lady in the green veil.
Hello, my name is Zara Ahmed. So most times in Africa, if countries fight against the system of which dictatorship or policies, we have seen that it inspires the military to come in to be, quote unquote, the savior. We see coups as something celebratory and propagandas being pushed by the media. For instance, the leadership in Burkina Faso. And then the military now promising the people that they will have a democratic transition. My question here is, how do we have a revolution or fight against the system while avoiding coups or a new broken system? Thank you.
Okay, yes. How do you do the revolution without breaking the thing completely and having to have a coup? The lady in the back who learned the lesson. Yes, ma'am. I love it. Yeah? She's standing up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Masho Washer.
and I am a media personality and cultural curator. I am going to be very precise. I will not be talking too much because I got it written here. So I'll read it out. We've been singing the same song for decades. From everybody I've heard speaking, upstage and everywhere, we're all singing the same songs. We're talking about bad leadership. We're talking about corruption and all that jazz. Permit me to use that. Now, I want to bring a case study to, maybe some people know about it, maybe some don't. It happened about a few weeks ago, and it was in Albania. Since we've been talking about humans, and we know humans are not perfect, we have flaws, we are definitely going to deviate. Now, Albania recently appointed a Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence and Innovation, who happens to also be leading reforms in public procurement. I'm going somewhere. Now,
in about a minute.
Yes.
Yeah. You need to get
now,
there.
with all we have been saying, do you see a future where African countries adopt similar roles dedicated to AI and technology? We've been talking about technology. Do you see a future where African countries adopt similar roles, like Albania, dedicated to AI and technology in governance, to strengthen transparency and service delivery?
Thank you.
Since humans are imperfect.
Great questions. Great question. So I'm going to end with the last two here. Yes, ma'am, to you, and then you get the final question. Yes, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. We have to go to lunch.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adjara Marie from Sierra Leone, and I am a proud member of the Values Debate team.
All right.
And so I think we're looking at solutions, and I'm so happy we're talking about solutions. My sister from Gambia just mentioned, if not the AU, if not the ECOWAS, then who? Mm-hmm. My question is, as we're looking at solutions, how do we break systems where we are seeing our people who are living in poverty are being bought every day? Our civil society is being bought every day. Our citizens, I think someone mentioned it earlier, we need value-driven citizens in order to have value-driven leaders. How do we break those systems to say money is not the only answer when you don't have water, when you don't have food to drink? So if I come to you 2 days, 10 days, or if I'm paying you throughout the period of campaigning, how do you break these systems to say, I'm going to sacrifice this 10,000 or this 50,000 that I'm getting now for a better future? Thank you.
Thank you. Great question.
Thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Ayomide Adejuro. My question also sort of relates to her question. So quickly, two questions. A proud member of the cohort of 2025.
Okay.
I think we're the first cohort members that have been able to ask questions. Thank you. So my question is democracy in Africa meaningful if it does not translate to improved service delivery? Because I think that is where our politicians use, weaponize poverty against us. So is it meaningful if it does not translate to improved service delivery? And second question is, how do we then sensitize the youth regarding using tech and the social media platforms to further engage in political processes? How do we sensitize the youth? I mean, Mr. Sampson spoke about it, sensitizing the youth in that regard. How do we sensitize them? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for those questions. So I'm going to come to you here. Maybe first to Elvadas. There are two questions. One is, she's very impressed with Albania that is using AI for procurement. Is that what we should do in Africa? Because human beings are not reliable. So should we go the AI route? That's her question. And then maybe you can say something also about how do we sensitize the youth to use technology to obtain for political engagement. Yeah.
Ok, je pense que si j'ai bien suivi, la question sur l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle en Afrique dans notre contexte. Il faut dire que l'intelligence artificielle, si on l'utilise bien, de notre point de vue, peut nous permettre d'avancer un peu plus rapidement dans les tâches que nous avons à faire au quotidien dans nos organisations. Il est important de savoir qu'il y a beaucoup de tâches qui étaient faites manuellement, qui peuvent être automatisées grâce à l'intelligence artificielle. Et nous devons savoir l'utiliser pour pouvoir, dans un contexte où on n'a pas souvent les ressources humaines disponibles, que nous puissions utiliser l'intelligence artificielle pour automatiser certaines tâches et avancer un peu plus rapidement pour obtenir des meilleurs résultats. Et à la question, si vous permettez, je vais revenir à une question qui demandait de savoir comment est-ce que nous éduquons ceux qui participent au processus électoral, les votants. Il faut dire que l'une des choses que nous faisons à Stand Up for Cameroun et que j'aimerais partager ici, c'est que nous devons, c'est important, nous devons utiliser les moyens technologiques parce que dans nos organisations, on a souvent très peu de moyens, sinon pas de moyens. Donc, pour organiser une rencontre physique, comme ici, organiser une session de formation, on a besoin d'une salle, d'une certaine logistique pour pouvoir la tenir. Et quand on a peu de moyens, comment est-ce que nous pouvons faire? Nous pouvons utiliser la technologie pour avoir des réunions en ligne, pour avoir des sessions de formation en ligne. Nous utilisons beaucoup la technologie pour faire des formations à nos membres qui sont partout au Cameroun parce que nous n'avons pas les moyens logistiques pour nous déplacer, pour les accueillir. Donc, et également tout le temps qu'il faut pour les former. Donc, il faut utiliser les moyens technologiques, Zoom, Meet, tout ce qui est à notre portée, pour offrir des formations à nos membres, des formations aux citoyens. Au Cameroun, aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup qui sont engagés dans la surveillance des votes. Alors, nous avons pu, après avoir identifié les irrégularités, analyser l'impact de ces irrégularités-là sur la fraude et indiquer à ceux qui veulent surveiller comment faire à travers cela pour mieux contrôler les élections. Donc, il faut utiliser les moyens technologiques pour former à distance dans un contexte où on n'a pas toujours les moyens, ressources humaines et financières comme il le faut.
Merci beaucoup. So, first of all, is that as far as AI is concerned, yes, it's a tool. It's a tool that helps to gain time, helps us to be more effective, more efficient. And as has already been mentioned, we should be studying our context to see how best to use that tool. Second element, but I have a small response of my own there, because you said humans are not, you can't count on them, so go to technology. Who is going to use the technology? It's still a human. You can't get around it because you can use AI and it's being used on us every day. It can be used as a weapon against you. It can be used as a weapon against you. Somebody was talking about the internal divisions. But the lady I'm talking to, she's having another conversation. So maybe I just continue here. But it's important to keep in mind the divisions you are talking about, the ethnic divisions, which are happening in all of our countries, by the way. It's not unique to Nigeria. But those are algorithm-driven. That was what Samson was saying. Be careful. We are making money for Elon Musk, for Zuckerberg, and whoever else, because when somebody says, Kawala, you should hate Nigerians because they are the cause of the problems in Cameroon, and I click on it, Zuckerberg then sends me every message of hate against Nigerians. You have to, the machine is programmed that way to send me those. As soon as you click on something you hate, you're going to see 100 messages. And if you stay in that hate conversation, you are making Elon Musk's day. You're making Zuckerberg's day, because they need you to stay online. They need you to stay connected. That's how they make money. So all those messages, those hate messages, be careful. When you see 2, 3 of them, stop and say, okay, what's the algorithm doing now? What is it doing? And get off that trend, because it's going to keep sending you those messages because it keeps you hooked online. So don't forget that aspect of it. Elvadas also said technology is important for those of us who don't have resources. Most of the time, activists, people fighting for democracy, we don't have a whole lot of money. And using technology enables us to train people online. We can make videos that we can send to people. We can use Zoom, we can use Google Meet, and so on to have conversations. There's still 2 more questions, ladies, for us to wrap it up. Diana Bessar, I want to go to the question that was online, because you said you're from the diaspora, and the person said, what about those Western countries? We're having a conversation without thinking about the Western countries that are supporting bad leadership in Africa. What should we do about those? Yeah.
Alors, c'est vrai que c'est une question très importante et très intéressante. Car c'est vrai que nous, par exemple, au Sénégal, nous savons très bien de quoi cette personne qui a posé cette question veut parler. Par exemple, nous, dans la lutte pour préserver la démocratie, je l'ai dit plus tôt, que les gens qui manifestaient, les manifestants, étaient assassinés par la police qui tirait à balles réelles. Or, quand on creuse, on découvre que ces balles-là, elles ne sont pas produites par les pays africains ni par nous-mêmes, mais souvent c'est les pays africains qui vendent ces balles aux régimes autocratiques africains qui les utilisent contre leur propre population. Or, c'est les mêmes pays qui vendent ces armes-là, qui reviennent ensuite nous faire la morale. Donc, tout ça, c'est problématique. Il y a aussi, bien sûr, j'ai parlé plutôt de souveraineté économique. On doit aussi parler d'économie. Il faut reconnaître que nous, par exemple, en Afrique de l'Ouest, notre économie est détenue à majorité par les pays occidentaux, qui font membres de l'Union européenne, notamment la France pour le Sénégal. Et ça aussi, c'est problématique. On peut parler aussi de la monnaie, par exemple, le franc CFA. Nous avons mis ce sujet sur la table lorsque nous voulions conquérir le pouvoir, et c'est un sujet auquel nous nous intéressons toujours. Des gens pensent qu'on a évacué ça, mais on ne l'a pas évacué. Le gouvernement va travailler là-dessus, parce que nous sommes convaincus que nous devons aussi aller vers l'obtention de notre monnaie, pouvoir mener nous-mêmes nos politiques économiques. Bien sûr, ce ne sera pas facile, parce que là, on parle de nombreuses années, de dizaines d'années de domination économique, donc ça ne s'inverse pas assez facilement. Mais on doit travailler à aller vers ça. Il y a aussi au niveau de l'agriculture, je parle de l'agriculture parce que nous avons un grand projet agricole où nous invitons les jeunes Sénégalais à aller s'investir dans l'agriculture. Or, dans l'agriculture, on a ce qu'on appelle le dumping. On a quand même beaucoup de produits agricoles qui sont importés dans les pays occidentaux. Et nous-mêmes, lorsque nous produisons, nous ne pouvons pas, nos cultivateurs ou nos agriculteurs ne s'en sortent pas. Par exemple, récemment, le gouvernement a pris une décision très importante. Nous nous sommes rendus compte que la banane qui est produite au Sénégal pourrissait dans les champs. Donc le gouvernement a décidé, et ça c'est inédit, ça n'a jamais été fait par les précédents gouvernements, on a décidé pendant 2, 3, jusqu'à 6 mois d'interdire les importations de bananes pour qu'on puisse écouler la banane sénégalaise. Bien sûr, des personnes ont commencé à dire oui, mais la banane sénégalaise n'est pas aussi bonne ni aussi belle que la banane. Mais donc le gouvernement a fait une campagne d'information pour faire comprendre que la banane sénégalaise doit être consommée par les Sénégalais, qu'il faut aller vers cela. Donc il y a une communication à faire. Il y a aussi une souveraineté alimentaire et agricole que nous devons réclamer. Et bien sûr, les pays occidentaux aussi doivent comprendre que l'Afrique a changé. La jeunesse africaine, elle a changé. Il y a des choses qu'on ne va plus accepter. Ousmane Sonko avait dit une phrase qui avait fait beaucoup de parler. Il avait dit que la France doit lever son coude sur l'Afrique, parce que ça faisait référence à ce qui est arrivé à George Floyd aux États-Unis, où il avait été écrasé par un policier, et il avait pris cette image pour dire qu'en fait, l'Occident doit laisser l'Afrique prendre sa propre destinée. Et nous, en tant que parti politique, on invite vraiment tous les panafricains à se regrouper autour de cet idéal, de dire à l'Europe, il faut qu'on redéfinisse nos rapports, il faut qu'on redéfinisse nos partenariats. Et pour finir, le gouvernement sénégalais, c'est important de le dire, nous avons récemment découvert donc, du pétrole et du gaz au Sénégal. Et le précédent régime de Macky Sall, pour la plupart des contrats, avait été mal négocié. L'État était vraiment déficitaire au niveau des contrats, oui, et on a renégocié certains contrats. Ça, c'est du concret. C'est pour dire que c'est possible. Parce que les gens disent non, c'est déjà signé, on ne peut pas. Nous, on l'a fait. On a renégocié des contrats dans le domaine de l'énergie, du pétrole et du gaz, et c'est possible.
Okay, fantastic. Can you give her a hand, please? Yes. So on the question about Western countries and their influence on us, basically she gave some really concrete examples. One, she's saying Africans need to realize that the Europeans are not going to fix this problem. We have to look at where that influence is, sector by sector, whether it's in the economy, whether it is in media, whether it is in representation, and so on. And we have to drive that change. But she said European countries also need to understand Africa has changed. We're not standing for it anymore. We're not going to go for those unequal relationships anymore. And she gave an example, the Senegalese government, when they got into power, they found contracts with regard to, because Senegal has found oil and gas and so on. So they found contracts that had been negotiated where the country was losing. The country was losing. And she said they called those countries up and said, new government, we're going to renegotiate. And they have managed to renegotiate some of those contracts. So it is not impossible. Yeah. Okay, Bergeline, you have the final question, which was the question about poverty. How do we know that our governments use poverty to keep control over people. How do we break out of there? These women who are going to see the ministers, who are going to march on Yaoundé and so on, is it that they are no longer in poverty? How are they managing their poverty? How do they break out of it to be able to become politically engaged for change?
You said it's the last question.
Yes.
I would like to stand because if we are passing on TV, my other women will say, Bergeline, qu'est-ce que tu fais assise? On n'est jamais assis. C'est toujours debout. It's always, you must always stand to act. So donc je me lève parce que j'ai peur que je me fasse exclure du groupe des mères de la nation. On parle de la pauvreté et la question c'est elles-mêmes, est-ce qu'elles sont assez riches? Ça, comment?
Donc quand on vient au Cameroun, on appelle ça le pain et la sardine. Donc quand le parti au pouvoir vient avec un peu de pain et sardine, on prend et on oublie le changement qu'on doit faire sur le long terme. Donc comment on fait pour casser dans l'esprit de la population pour qu'ils laissent le pain et la sardine pour venir se battre pour le changement qu'il faut?
Ça, c'est un autre travail de longue haleine que nous avons réussi au niveau de Mothers of the Nation, mais aussi des autres organisations dans lesquelles nous sommes partenaires. Et ça vient de ce que j'ai dit tantôt, la formation, l'éducation, l'idéologisation, la citoyennisation. Parce que quand on s'indigne, quand on est un citoyen, on pense plutôt à résoudre le problème qui est le problème de la pauvreté, justement en s'attaquant en ceux qui nous ont mis dans la pauvreté et qui se servent de notre pauvreté, de notre fébrilité pour nous acheter avec de l'argent. Donc c'est un cycle que nous on parvient dans la formation, durant la formation, à casser et à faire comprendre que c'est on vous paye pour votre pauvreté, on vous paye pour vous rendre plus pauvre. Parce qu'à quelqu'un à qui on donne 10 000 francs, comme actuellement au Cameroun, c'est la campagne présidentielle, c'est 5 000 francs, c'est 2 000 francs qu'on donne aux gens, et on les dit, on vous paye pour 7 ans de pauvreté encore, parce que le régime, c'est 7 ans. Donc, c'est très important, la formation, l'éducation, mais aussi, on va, et c'est là où on va apprécier le travail que font les OSC dans les AGR, les activités génératrices de revenus, que ce soit les Mothers of the Nation, que ce soit les grands-mères, les mères, les jeunes filles, toutes ont une activité. Toutes ont une activité, que ce soit les champs, que ce soit le commerce, que ce soit la vendeuse de beignets, elles ont une activité qui les permet d'abord d'avoir un peu, d'avoir leur indépendance et pouvoir donc s'attaquer au gouvernement, au régime qui les rend pauvres. Donc la formation ici est très importante. Et je voulais ajouter, sinon aussi elles vont me chasser dans le groupe, de n'avoir pas évoqué ce qu'on a ici les vendredis en noir. Nous, on a dans les Mothers of the Nation et dans l'ensemble, le mouvement, chaque vendredi, nous sommes en noir. Chaque vendredi, nous avons des sessions qui peuvent être des sessions de formation. Et c'est hyper important, ces formations, parce que ça aguerrit les citoyens, ça aguerrit les militants. Et porter le noir chaque vendredi, c'est de se dire « je suis en action », c'est de se dire « je casse la peur », c'est de se dire « je fais déjà face au système rien qu'en portant un vêtement noir ». Donc, c'est l'élément que je pourrais ajouter. C'est vrai que je m'attendais que dans la salle, quelqu'un me demande pourquoi c'est les mamans, où sont les jeunes au Cameroun? Où sont les jeunes? Le Sénégal a parlé des jeunes qui sont sur Internet. Pourquoi au Cameroun, c'est les grands-mamans qui sont en action? Je me pose la question et je garde ma réponse.
Merci beaucoup, Bergeline. Yes, so she has brought up the question of training as key to breaking that poverty cycle, but also that in movements, we must address the poverty. So, yes, bring your people in, train them on change, train them on governance and so on, but at least partner with another organization that will help them to do their little business or to do, the more autonomous your members are, the stronger they are in the movement. So it is important to train, yes, but also not to behave as if they don't have economic problems, as if they don't have poverty problems. See also how you can partner with all the other organizations to address those problems. So we have gone, I'm so sorry, there are so many hands in the audience, but we are way over time. Thank you so much for that interactive discussion, very, very lively. Thank you to my panel very much. Nigerians, you should clap. Oh. Finally, it's the Francophones who remained here. Okay, great. Thank you, Alvarez. Thank you, Dienama. Thank you, Bergeline. You can take, we have a group picture to take, and then we will let you go.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Ka, may I?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Could we hold the music for a second? Ladies, gentlemen, are you enjoying the conference so far? Yes? Learning a lot? Okay, can I ask you, please, just give us a few minutes. I have a few things to tell you, and I'm sure you'll love to hear these things. So first of all, I'm the one thing between you and lunch. We have a very sumptuous lunch for you, so please just bear with us for a moment. Now, regarding lunch, you have a QR code on your badge, yeah? That says scan for your menu. Can I ask everyone to please do that now, because we need to be extremely efficient with time when it comes to lunch. I'll tell you why in a second. So please try to listen to me while you scan this code and make sure you pick your lunch. That's number one. Number two, very quickly, everybody please try to do that, but please stay with me. I beg of you. Thank you. Could you also please note that there are 2 serving points outside? Yeah, it's important because we're trying to be quick. 1 serving point is going to be for all the rice dishes. That's the one closest to the hall on this side. Okay? I will do that in a second, yeah. So there is a second serving point on the other side, which is, and I don't really like this word, but swallow, okay? On the other side. I really don't like that word. But on the other side of the hall, towards the other end, there will be another serving point. So you need to pick which one you want and go to the right one, please, so that we can be quick with time. But before we go, Madam Carr, I might need your help here. We want to, as you know, we have 4 thematic labs that we were going to do. Ladies, gentlemen, can I ask you to please tell the person who's talking next to you to kindly stop for a second and just stay with us, please? Yeah? That person that is right next to you who's talking, tell them to please just stop for a second. Thank you. Okay. So we have 4 thematic labs that were supposed to be after lunch. We want to do the introductions to those labs now so that you know which is which. And we'll tell you where they are. So straight from lunch, you go straight to your lab. Okay, so we're going to do the introductions very quickly just so that we know which lab is which, what they're doing, and where they're going to be. After lunch, you then go to the lab that you're at. Alice, are you coming? Thank you very much. So we're going to do a quick introduction so you're familiar with what the labs are, and then we'll go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ayo. So we have 4 labs. Session 1 is about fighting state capture and restoring trust. And we have as resource persons, Dr. Emmanuel Tega, who is convener of Fixed Politics Ghana. Then we have I think our Kenyan friends are not there, so we will have Dr. Emmanuel Tega only. Then session 2 is about right-based governance as the foundation of legitimacy. And here we have Sana Jenima, who is from Tunisia. She will be online. We have Papa Moman Jai, who is member of Yanama, Senegal. And we have session 3, which is about safeguarding electoral integrity. And for those who want to continue the conversation with Honorable Fatoumata Njai, she's one of the resource persons. Then we have Ibrahima Diagne, who is alumni of SPPG. And then we will have Elvadas Kenye, the one who discussed about the electoral system in Cameroon. And last point, we have session 4, about protecting democracy activists and leaders. Here we have Suleiman Ouedraogo. For those who want to demystify Ibrahim Traoré, this regime, please go to session 4. And then we have Bergeline Domou. She was just in this panel, and she will also be discussing about how we can protect activists and leaders. So we will have 2 sessions in this. Session 1 and session 4 will be in this room. And then session 2 will be up there. So we have another room up there. And then session 3 will be, we have another room there. In the boardroom. Is it okay for everyone? You got it? Thank you.
Can I just clarify, everyone, just 1 second, okay? Just very quickly. I know this has just been said, but just to be clear. Fighting state capture and restoring trust is lab 1. That will be here downstairs. Lab 4 is protecting democracy activists and leaders. That will also be down here, okay? Session 2, or lab 2, which is rights-based governance as the foundation of legitimacy, will be upstairs in the gallery, okay? And then the 3rd one, which is safeguarding election integrity, will be in the boardroom. We will have about 45 minutes for lunch. Once everybody has been served, I know time has been far spent. Once everyone has been served, we'll give a few minutes and we'll begin to inform you to start moving to your labs. It would mean that you might have to catch up and finish your meal and catch up. We cannot have the full hour for lunch, so it will be about 45 minutes, and then we'll start to ask everybody to go to their labs. Okay? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.